Thank you for joining us. We ask that you please silence your cell phones and any other electronics and refrain from creating any disruptive sounds. I'd like to at this time invite Dr. Fred Adams from the Rock Church to come forward and lead us in the invocation. Please all rise.
Thank you. If you would bow your heads as we pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we come before your mighty throne of grace, O God. And Lord, we ask your presence here today, Lord. And Lord, we ask that you would bless the mayor and the council members. Lord, and we ask your blessing on the staff members who made this day possible and their support. And Father, we thank you that you give us strength as we come together in a common bond, Lord, that you would just touch our hearts and give us strength on the inside, that we would be stronger on the inside than the adversities and the challenges that might come against us on the outside, as we unite together in a common bond to build San Bernardino into a strong and prosperous city. We ask your blessing on this meeting in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, Dr. Adams. Next, we'll invite Tulsi Patel to come forward. She will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. She's a fifth grader at Muscoy Elementary School.
If you have a hat on, please remove it. Please stand. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Adams, and thank you, Tulsi, for taking your time to begin our meeting. I'd like to ask the city attorney to report out anything from closed session.
In the closed session item listed under C, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation, listed as the city versus J.P. Morgan Chase. Council gave settlement directive by vote of 5-0 with councilpersons Barrios and Valdivia absent. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we get started this evening, I'd like to draw your attention to some of the blue and white with the city seal posters that are located throughout the chambers. Today, we would like you to, as you have a chance to review those rules of conduct related to this meeting, specifically speakers and audience. The bottom portion of this is related to how we would expect that you would conduct yourselves during this meeting. The first part of it is related to mayor and city council and the staff. So please, at your leisure, take some time to review those rules of conduct. I'd like to invite Councilmember Richard and Councilmember Marquez and Betsy Starbuck and Shirley Harlan to join me at the podium here. This evening, we want to pause and reflect upon the very important work that women have played throughout the world's history, but especially throughout the United States history. And the League of Women Voters, we've invited to say a few words related to the proclamation that we are putting forward this evening. Councilmember Marquez will read the first part of the proclamation, and then Councilmember Richard will read the concluding portion of this. And we do want to extend our appreciation for this time in our nation's history, the opportunity that we have to once again take a look at our Constitution and bring about some changes that I think will strengthen it. And we'll turn some time over now to Betsy Starbuck.
Thank you. Good evening. I want to thank Mayor Davis and Councilwoman Marquez and Richard for sponsoring this resolution this evening, and hopefully, extend thanks to the rest of the council for your support. I'm Betsy Starbuck. I'm co-president of the League of Women Voters of the San Bernardino area. We are here tonight to tell you a little bit about a movie that we're hosting tomorrow at the Regal Cinema at 6:30 p.m. And it's called Equal Means Equal. And it details the status of women in America today. In 1923, Alice Paul wrote the Equal Rights Amendment, and in 1972 it passed both houses of Congress, and it had wide bipartisan support. President Nixon at the time supported it, as has every president since through Obama. But when it went out in 1972, only 35 states ratified it, and it needs 38 to be added to the Constitution. Last year, in March, the state of Nevada ratified and became the 36th state. So we need 2 more states in the country to ratify the Equal Rights Amendment for it to become law. In 2010, Justice Antonin Scalia was being interviewed by Hastings College of Law, and the interviewer asked him, "Are women equal in the Constitution?" And he said, "No, they are not." That's chilling. But he said, the Constitution certainly doesn't say that you have to harass women, but it certainly does not say that you cannot. We need the ERA. We hope you'll join us in supporting this movement. Here locally, what we're doing is purely educational. We are trying to increase awareness of the ERA. 72% of people in America think we already have it. 91% believe that the Constitution should have it. There are 131 countries in the world that have it. So we need to kind of get on board. The director of this film is Kamala Harris. She's a Southern California person and an actress, and she recently returned from India, where her mother lives. And she wrote an email to us today encouraging us as we host this event tomorrow. And she says, Mahatma Gandhi believed that women were the solution. Woman, he said, is the incarnation of ahimsa, nonviolence. If women were in power, nonviolence as a human state of being would be possible. Yet, he said, women alone can emancipate themselves, not men. Woman is not helpless. She must never regard herself as weaker than man. Violence is the weapon of the weak, nonviolence that of the strong. I thank you, and I encourage you to join us at the Regal Cinema tomorrow at 6:30 p.m.
Thank you, Betsy, for that educational piece. I knew some of it, but I did not know about Anthony Scalia's response to that. Okay, moving right along, I am very happy to be here. I am a member of the League of Women Voters from the Inland Empire, very proud of that. And I will read part of this proclamation along with my colleague, Councilwoman Richard. So, Ms. Richard, can you stand by me? City of San Bernardino, California, proclamation of the Mayor and City Council, Women's History Month. Whereas in 1972, after years of hard work by millions of American women and their allies, the Equal Rights Amendment passed both houses of Congress. And whereas women of every race, class, and ethnic background served as early leaders in the forefront of every major progressive social change and movement, and whereas women have played a unique role throughout the history of the nation by providing the majority of the volunteer labor force of the nation, and
whereas women have been leaders, not only securing their own rights of suffrage and equal opportunity, but also working in the peace movement, which creates a more fair and just society for all. And whereas the League of Women Voters of the San Bernardino area supports equality of women and is hosting a showing of the groundbreaking documentary film, Equal Means Equal, on International Women's Day, March the 8th, 2018, at the Regal Cinema in downtown San Bernardino, and I believe you said at 6:30. I'll be there. Now, therefore, the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino do hereby proclaim March 2018 as Women's History Month, and encourage all citizens and businesses to show their support for women's equality and celebrate their achievements and resilience. Presented on the 7th day of March 2018.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Come on, Shirley. Bring your poster up here. We want other people to know what's going on.
Thank you, Betsy, and thank you, Shirley. Before we ask the council if they have any items to pull, we will now turn time over to public speaking for. Thank you. And before we do that, is there someone here from the chamber for announcements?
Judy's here, sir. She had to step out for a minute. She lost her voice.
All right. Any other electeds?
Good evening, Council and Honorable Mayor Carrie Davis. This is Roxana from Assemblymember Reyes' office. So I first wanted to start off by saying thank you to everyone who attended the appointments workshop that Assemblymember Reyes had last Thursday. We had Speaker Rendon come down and speak about the different commissions and boards that are accepting applications. And since then, we have gotten a lot turned into our office, so that way, if there are any positions that open up, Assemblymember Reyes can advocate for those that are in the community. Along with that, on Saturday, we had the Woman of the Year luncheon, and one of the women that was honored is actually sitting in this room right here, Gigi Hanna. So it was a fabulous occasion, and I was happy to report that of the 24 women that were nominated, 8 of those were from the city of San Bernardino. So we have an amazing community of strong women, and having that you guys honored International Women's Month today, I just wanted to make sure to mention that. Another reason that I am here today is to officially announce to the council and the mayor that I am now acting district director for Assemblymember Reyes, and I will be stepping down from the field representative role in our office, and I wanted to take the opportunity now to introduce to you the new San Bernardino field representative, Daryl Fry.
Thank you, Roxana. Good evening, Council, Mayor Davis. I'm a resident of San Bernardino, so San Bernardino has always been on my heart, and I see the rise and I see so much potential in one city. So I'm your proud now San Bernardino field representative for the Honorable Eloise Gomez-Reyes. And I do want to personally invite you all to our Saturday's event entitled The Bridge, which is our very first interfaith conference. In our office, we believe that everyone should be at the table and every voice matters, right? So The Bridge is going to bridge the gap between our elected officials and our faith-based organizations, all for the sake of our community. So I invite you again. It's going to be at the San Bernardino Valley College from 8 to 2. And it's going to be this Saturday. During this conference, you're going to see keynote speakers, a panel discussion with a few elected officials, including Senator Leyva, Assemblymember Reyes, Councilmember Ernest Cisneros from Colton, and our own Supervisor Josie Gonzalez. And there's a host of workshops that are also going to be integrated. So, again, I definitely want to just personally introduce myself again, Daryl Fry, representing Assemblymember Reyes, and I hope to see you all this Saturday morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll roll back to the chamber.
Thank you. Before I begin our long list of community events that are coming up, I wanted to say something to the mayor and council. First of all, I wanted to say thank you for being such great servants of the people. Don't frown, Virginia. Smile. This is a good thing. I happened to be watching a council meeting recently and listened to our mayor and council being admonished during public comments. I remembered sitting on a similar board as an elected official, listening to the same type of bashing. However, then it kind of rolled off my back. When I listened to the negative comments toward you, the protective me came out, even towards Fred. But he wasn't here. I know. You were gone. You were watching. I decided tonight I would tell you, on behalf of the Chamber and myself, how much we appreciate all that you do and for being a servant to the people. Because that's what you are when you take on the task of running for office and being a public servant. I know how much money you do not make. I also know each one of you personally and know how each of you care deeply for our city. And the decisions that you make because in your heart you know that they are the right decisions. You do not all have to agree because the vote does not have to be unanimous, but you make them out of your conscience. And that's why what I wanted to say before I get on with these announcements. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Now, on Friday, March 9th, that's this coming Friday, the County of San Bernardino County Children's Network Maternal Mental Health Collaborative, that's a mouthful and hard for me to say, presents a documentary screening of the film When the Bough Breaks, followed by a panel discussion on the subject of postpartum depression at the Marengo TANF, which is on Carnegie Drive. And if you would like to attend that, and it sounds like it might be very important, the number to call is 383-9677. Saturday, March 10th, and you already heard about that, Assemblywoman Eloise Gomez Reyes is presenting The Bridge, and you already heard about that, so I won't go on. And we're moving right along to Sunday, March 11th at 3 p.m., the Humane Society of San Bernardino presents, a lot of presenting here, Night at the Rain, hockey game and fundraiser at the Citizens Business Bank Arena. That number to call, if you're interested, 386-1400. The County of San Bernardino presents The State of the County, Driving the Future of Business at 3 p.m. at the Citizens Business Bank Arena. Popular place there. 387-4000 is the number to call for information for that event. Now, March 14th is the day to remember. At 9 a.m., the Chamber has its monthly Chamber of Commerce Governmental Affairs meeting, and we do discuss the propositions and future laws, etc., etc., etc. It's quite lively and very interesting. Also, that day at 11:30, we are having our monthly Chamber luncheon at the Chamber member Olive Garden, and some of you have attended that. That's for people who don't like to get up too early and come to Coffee Klatch. And again, I said that will be at March 14th at 11:30 at the Olive Garden. It's just come as you may, pay your own, leave when you want to, but get to know Chamber members or other people, whoever wants to come. Now, Felix Automotive's owner, I just call him Felix because it's easier for me to remember Felix and I don't have to worry about his first name. Fun is going to give a presentation at his business, which is on Cabrera Street. It's called Fun Auto Facts. Now, he wants to teach people how to take care of their car if they would like to know how to change oil and change a tire. Now, quite personally, I don't really care, and that's why I belong to the Automobile Club. But for some of you, Mayor, do you know how to change your car and change the oil?
Yes, I do.
Oh, dear. Well, wrong person. But if you don't know how to do that, Bassine, you might want to go to that. Good girl. Good girl. I know how to push the buttons on my phone. But you can call 880-8155 to reserve a spot to learn how to change the oil and change a tire. I thought that was a clever idea, but I'm past that time. At 6 p.m., also on that same date of March 15th, the Boy Scouts will be honoring Dr. Paulette Brown Hines of Voice Media Ventures and Mr. Heck Thomas, I remember him from Adult Ed, philanthropist and educator, for their American Whitney Young Service Awards. And that will take place here at the Doubletree Hotel. And if you're interested in attending, that's a big fundraiser for them. You may call 793-2463. The Disney's dazzling international sensation Beauty and the Beast takes the stage at the California Theater for the Performing Arts on March 16th at 8 p.m., March 17th, that's St. Patty's Day, and 2 p.m. and 8 p.m., and then March 18th at 2 p.m. Call 885-5152 for information. And last but not least, hi, Jim, are you awake? You might want to go to Iceland. Have you ever thought about going to Iceland?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry, but tell your friends, because at 5:30 on the 20th of March, the 20th of March, the Chamber is going to do a presentation on their up-and-coming trip to Iceland of the magical Northern Lights. If you're lucky, you'll get to see them. So join us at the Chamber at 5:30. Thank you all for being so kind and listening.
Thank you. We appreciate the Chamber keeping us informed. First public speaker that we have this evening is Carmel Rowe. Matthew Clevenger. Item 15.
Honorable Mayor, council members, residents and workers of San Bernardino. My name is Matthew Clevenger, and I'm actually speaking for another speaker who couldn't make it today, who was here at the previous city council meeting, Ty Glacado, who's the owner of Farm Fresh MMD. He's having some bouts with his MS and unfortunately couldn't make it. So I'm not a great public speaker, but I'll try to get across what he really wanted to get across. And mainly it is regarding the ordinance that we'll be reading this evening that you've all voted on, and we're very much in support of, and just leaving the opportunity for the local small businesses there. And that's, I know you've heard it over and over, but we just want to remind you that, we're the ones that live here, we're the ones that shop here, our families shop here, we go to doctors here, we get our hair cut here when we have time. And we just hope that you think about that, and think about the businesses like us that are medicinal, that are doing what you want us to do, that are growing organically, that are sourcing from ourselves. Even things like chocolates that we're making ourselves through approved kitchens. Our product is tested, and there's a need for outdoor because you're going to be not allowing the outdoor growing, which is understandable for safety reasons. I understand that. But we do grow outdoor, and we would be able to provide those patients the needed outdoor, which can create other elements in the plant that can help have certain medicinal values that an indoor plant may not have. So we can provide that, and we're not a storefront. We're not going to impact the community. We're here to deliver to people who can't get out of their homes, or like the gentleman that I helped last week suffering from chemotherapy, and he tried to go into a medicinal dispensary, and was just so intimidated. And with the help of a neighbor, he was able to find me, and I was able to talk to him on the phone. And what we're doing is important. Our demographic is people my age and older. some younger, but I'm 45. I know I don't look it. Proud to be born in 1972 when the ERA was put into place, Equal Rights Amendment was put into place. So very proud that my whole life I've been a part of that. But just to finish up, we're not here to compete with recreational. We're here to stay medical, and we hope that you think about people like us and leave a spot for those people when you see those applications come across your desk and become an advocate for the people that are doing the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. William Cioce.
I've been researching cannabis for close to 20 years. Its cultivation and botany, its use through history and how the laws around it developed, the social and economic ramifications of those laws, its medical qualities and applications. It truly could be said that this has been my life's work. I did not hoard any knowledge. Indeed, I shared it with anyone who would listen. And there are things that I've shared with you over the past few years that would have had little to no benefit to me personally, but would have benefited the community greatly. But you saw me as nothing but a gadfly. And not just me, many people who have devoted many hours researching various subjects have brought you golden ideas. And in return, you give us all golden showers. It's been said that San Bernardino should be run like a corporation with all of you as the board of directors. What does that make the people? Shareholders or unpaid employees who are overburdened with ever-increasing taxes, fees, fines, and other schemes to generate revenue for the plantation? Our vote doesn't matter. Our voice is being silenced. Our rights no longer matter, and it has been expressly stated by this board that our privacy doesn't matter. We hear about religious rights, states' rights, black rights, gay rights, women's rights, gun rights, which are all hypocrites. You're about to criminalize me for my natural right. Rights that have been granted to me by the state to exercise within limits, but you want to put unreasonable burden upon this. 10 years ago, I came to San Bernardino as a proverbial runaway slave. During that time, I have spent many hours researching and developing my own medicine under the implied contract that stated, as long as I didn't violate state law, you wouldn't send the slave patrols or the militias after me. Many of you have even verbally expressed to me that this was indeed city policy. What has convinced you to void this contract? This proposed ordinance prevents me from accessing the specific medicine that I developed myself to be cultivated in the most economical and environmentally friendly manner possible, putting my health and safety at real and immediate risk. It also coerces me with threats of violence to voluntarily register with the city and pay a fee, only to be permitted to cultivate an inferior product in insufficient quantities with added expenditures that I cannot afford, again putting my life in real and immediate risk.
Mr. Cioce, your time's expired.
Please don't just murder dogs.
Mr. Cioce,
they regularly kill innocent civilians. They could seize your property, harass people inside the residence, and separate families.
Mr. Cioce,
I'd rather live in peace like I've been allowed to, instead of being criminalized by unreasonable, biased regulations that just came out of nowhere.
Thank you. Rami Tahan. Robert Porter.
Mayor, council, good people. All this ordinance stuff, on the heels of a study, federal study, finds marijuana 100 times less toxic than alcohol and tobacco. And, studies are coming out, but you guys got to read them and get past the cognitive dissonance. But once you do, you'll realize that you should probably be making these same rules and regs for tobacco and alcohol just as hard. I mean, they kill just as many people as cars. I mean, you should really look into all these other bad things in society that you see and put some punishment on them too. I mean, why are we the only ones that are getting punished? Why do we have to register and have our privacy rights just cast aside? The fact that we use cannabis, is that the reason just to not care about our privacy? It doesn't matter. You have the right to just say, hey, use cannabis, so you don't get no rights. Privacy? Nah, put your name on a piece of paper. Have the mafia come to your house at night someday. Yeah, that makes sense. Put your name on a list. In fact, you better look into the law. You might not even be able to put our names on lists. But anyways, besides that, privacy is very important. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Henry Sanchez.
Hello. Thank you guys for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm going to make it really short because I know you guys are very, very busy. I understand being a city council member is very, very difficult, so I appreciate you guys for doing your job. I appreciate you guys finally approving these ordinances. I don't really 100% agree with them, but at least it's moving forward, and we can focus on maybe getting our officers, better salaries, because the city of San Bernardino is ridden with crime. So once again, I appreciate you guys' efforts. It's very difficult to be any city council member. So once again, thank you guys. Hope you guys have a great night.
Thank you. James Penman.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to thank Pastor Paul Lujan from the Victory Outreach. Grew up as a young man at the Home and Neighborly Service along with several of his buddies who were there. We're there, grew up there, and are here tonight. Appreciate your support, guys. And also Victor Lopez from My American Legion Post. Good to see Victor here as well. Thank you, guys. Here to speak on item 22, additional tow carrier. I represent Pepe's Towing, owner Manny Acosta. Small business here in San Bernardino. I've been applying.
Mr. Penman, that's actually 23, item number 23.
Thank you for correcting me, Mayor. Well, you get old, glasses don't always help the way they should. Pepe's Towing very much appreciates the recommendation by the police chief to add another tow carrier to the city's tow rotation list. And we know the process is going to be fair. We're pleased the chief made that recommendation. Appreciate the city's manager supported it, and definitely appreciate the support of the mayor and common council. And we just want to say thank you, and we look forward to being one of the competitors.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mark Estemeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council, staff. Appreciate you finishing this thing up. I'm actually here to talk specifically on page 402. The number is 510-250-B1. And it's actually in reference specifically to the 600 foot of outing residentially zoned or residentially used parcel. The residentially used parcel in this section here actually eliminates the potential of any kind of cannabis business to be located, even if it's in the proper zoning. It may be zoned industrial light, industrial heavy, general commercial, or whatever the case may be. But if it happens to be in one of those areas of the city where the zoning, where there's non-conforming use, where there are houses located within an industrial zone or a general commercial zone, what this is doing is it's severely impacting the potential of some locations and actually this expansion of the industry into wards that would not normally have them. For example, in this situation here, there's really only 2 wards that would really only benefit, which is kind of a shame, but actually Ward 1 and Ward 6 would be the ones that would benefit mostly. Ward 4 would actually be able to, actually Ward 3 would benefit from it, but the way that these regulations are written, that actually Ward 4 and 7 would never actually have any kind of businesses located in them. So in this situation here, and I hope that you have a little bit of discussion about the non-conforming use of these types of locations. Being able to open up the zoning a little bit more on this would certainly be able to help out not just the city in being able to revitalize some of those industrial zones that actually have non-conforming use in them currently. So I really hope that you open up a little bit of discussion on this one particular item here on page 402, 510-250B1. I really hope that you have a little bit of discussion on that. Also, you've heard a lot about the personal cultivation and the registry. This is really pretty far-reaching, and when one of our council members actually talks about not caring about privacy is a real major concern. It really is, and I think that this body would do well to simply remove that aspect of it. Your Commission on Cannabis actually took this topic to length, and they really had a very, very long discussion about it. And to simply ignore this one aspect and not listen to what they had to say is really kind of an unjust thing to a lot of the people, especially that are here right now. You really could go a long ways by eliminating that. So those are the 2 things that I'd like to see this council discuss here today is actually the personal cultivation and the non-conforming uses. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Nasser Assimi.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. This is Nasser Azimi. I am the President of Ohana Operations. We run and manage vertically integrated cannabis scenarios up and down the state. And I had the opportunity to review your ordinance and sent you all a letter. Not sure if you've had the opportunity to review it yet. From our perspective, having been in the industry for a while, from a business and technology standpoint, it makes sense to limit the number of licenses for storefronts, but we're unclear why you're limiting the licenses for wholesale aspects of the industry. As I understand it, the proposal is to award 12 permits across the entire supply channel, and we see a clear imbalance in the development if that actually passes to be. Because at the end of the day, all of these retail outfits, whether it's storefront or delivery, they're going to need some sort of a supply channel. And such policy would definitely limit the scenario, and in many cases, it essentially robs the city from the opportunity to lock in the tax revenues. So we are very unclear about that, in particular as it relates to testing. You know, testing is a critical aspect of the situation, and all in all, if a testing facility has roughly about 600 active customers, we're only talking about 2 pounds of cannabis. That's far from any cannabis operation that you would be concerned about. So I seriously encourage you to reconsider your policies as it relates to the wholesale operations and delivery. Those operations are nearly invisible to the public. And at the end of the day, you should consider activating them with additional permits in order to lock in the tax revenue that's coming your way. If by some reason you want to continue and implement that limitation upon the entire industry within your city, what we recommend, based on our industry expertise, is that you perhaps issue vertically integrated permits. What that means is that any operator that comes in will have the flexibility to implement their own supply channel and compete with the powerful money bags across other jurisdictions that are competing with them. So if you are going to do that and limit the number of permits down to 12, please consider vertically integrated permits. That's basically like a micro-business scenario that gives micro-businesses the ability to operate across the entire supply channel. What you would do is also mobilize other businesses to operate and behave in a similar fashion. It will go a long ways in empowering the city to legalize, so underground operations don't pop up because of the limited licenses, but also you would lock in significant amount of tax revenue and create a competitive scenario for operators in order to survive in this industry. I would encourage you to consider that, and thank you very much for the opportunity to stand before you.
Thank you. That concludes public speakers for items on the agenda. Councilmember Marquez, do you have any items to pull?
I approve of item 13, but I do have a just real quick question that I received from my constituents, and that's issuance of a purchase order to United Rentals Incorporated for multi-equip roller equipment to repair city streets. They primarily wanted to know what is a multi-equip roller and what it's used for and how it could be a benefit to the city.
Well, it's a good thing, and we need it because it will help our repairs better, but I believe that Trish or Rick can answer that.
Just a brief explanation so residents will know how this will positively impact our community.
It's a mini asphalt roller.
Oh, okay.
So it's going to improve the efficiency of the patching of the streets.
Which we have a lot of
that. They can load on a trailer
that
quickly and get in and out real quick and patch small to medium-sized areas in a fairly efficient manner.
Okay, and we're just going to order one for now?
For now.
For the amount of $16,901.46. Okay.
Yes.
Just wanted to make sure.
And it's part of the reason why when we're making repairs, they are not having the lasting impact that we would want them to have. So this equipment will make that process much longer lasting and
right, and more efficient.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Councilmember Marquez. Councilmember Barrios?
None, Mayor.
Councilmember Valdivia? Councilmember Charette? Councilmember Nicol?
I do have some questions, no polls. So if I may, I have a few questions. Item 15 of the agenda, obviously, we received some public comment. I also received direct comment from both constituents, received a number of emails and so forth since our last meeting. And I just wanted to give some assurance in terms of, I have heard a lot on the non-conforming residential issue, and is there some way in terms of the administrative process when these applications come back, if and when there is a deficiency, that we indicate the non-conforming, because I'm hearing from a lot of individuals that this may be a potential issue for us going forward, and I'd like some mechanism for us to identify when these applications come back, if and when some may be denied because of the non-conforming, that we indicate that specifically so we can start to assess the scope of this. I'll be honest, just doing kind of an initial assessment on my own, there's a lot of non-conforming residential in some of these areas, and I can see, especially if we're just using a direct radius as opposed to, the distance in terms of street routes. There's a lot of locations that we won't be able to consider because of this.
Remember, and then Mark and Stephen are both available to answer any additional questions or to follow up, but just as a reminder, the process will be that we'll receive the applications, we'll go through the analysis, we're still developing the criteria that you will adopt as part of the resolution. As we go through that analysis, you're going to receive a report from us on every single application, so we will note when we're recommending denial because of the non-conforming status of properties near that. So you will see each one of those.
Because I would hope we would have some discretion, because, like I say, that we have an old city, we have a city that's gone through many years of changing plans, changing zoning, and we have residual residential in areas that clearly are now industrial and commercial, and it's a reality that a lot of newer cities don't confront, but we certainly do, given the age and the complexity of that infrastructure that we have. So I want to give some assurance to some degree to those that may consider applying that we will have hopefully some discretion when we address some of that.
And the other thing to remember, you can change this structure, so as we go through this, we find that there are changing conditions or things don't work the way we envisioned that they were going to work, you certainly can modify them.
And I would hope that one of the other concerns I received from constituents is also some assurance in terms of that process of revisiting this ordinance, exactly when that might occur. I would hope that within the next 6 to 12 months, once we have some good data in terms of, what the application process has been, what the enforcement issues have been, obviously getting to this issue of personal registration as well. I received some concerns from a number of constituents. I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting to hear those concerns from, and they said, yeah, this is something that does concern us, so we want to have some way of coming back and perhaps monitoring that and then perhaps reassessing that. So when do we anticipate we may get some kind of a report or some kind of a status on the implementation?
We certainly will give you an update as we go through that first round of, as we present recommendations to you. I'm sure we'll have some perceptions then and some data that we can share with you at that time. And certainly I think after the first year we would want to come back to you and just talk about how in advance of that renewal process and talk about what the process was and what we anticipate and any issues that we encounter.
Yeah, and I'll just speak for myself, but I honestly, I think I probably share this with a number of my colleagues, but this will be an evolutionary process as we work through this ordinance, and it's not going to be 100% perfect or agreeable to 100% of everybody initially, but I do want to give some assurance that we're going to stay on this, and we're going to adjust it.
And we're almost, and Stephen and Mark can, I'm not sure exactly when this is, but remember the state is still operating under temporary or emergency guidelines as it is. Yes. And so even as the state has guidelines that are more structured and that they've adopted something formally, we will probably then bring that back to you to make sure that you're aware of what those state guidelines are and how they may have differed from the temporary or emergency guidelines that they're operating now. I don't know that we have an estimate of when. I think they've kind of said mid-year.
Yeah, I was thinking mid-year this summer.
Okay. But again, we don't know for sure. That's kind of an estimate of what we've been given.
Okay. And I think midsummer might be a good time to kind of start thinking about some kind of report back to the council in terms of how it's operating. Okay. Thank you for that.
Councilman Shred.
Yeah, piggybacking off of Henry's comments. Once the application. Once the application, I've been gone for 2 weeks, I forgot, a month. Once the application's been turned in and approved, you're going to send us a report, approved or denied, we're going to get a report.
Yes.
But there's no appeal process, or will we have the ability to say, hey...
No, you actually, my report will only be recommendations to you with all the analysis supporting what the staff's recommendations are.
So at that point in time, we'll be actually approving the final, and at that point, we would be able to maybe look at a mitigating factor.
Absolutely.
Okay. I think that's it. Yeah, thank you.
Councilman Nickel.
That's all I have on item 15. Item 17, I did have a quick question. I know that we had an issue with HUD some years ago, the status of the HUD funds and the relationship that we have with the county due to some findings and so forth. What is the status of those funds and the issue between the city and...
Now, we certainly still are working through the corrective action plan. Kathy and her staff have made tremendous progress. I think we've developed a good rapport with HUD and with the county because the county has been a key partner. The item that you have before you this evening is really just to authorize me to enter into 2 contracts that implement the substantial amendment changes that you approved a couple of weeks ago.
Sure. Yeah, it was just a question from a constituent.
Yeah, in terms of we're doing much better spending our funds. We're on target. Certainly we still have challenges. It's a multi-year process because it was...
How many years is that going to be?
I believe it's a 5-year.
We have a 5 years
workout plan.
Okay, yeah, we couldn't determine if it was 3 or 5 or whatever.
5 years.
Okay, thanks. That's the only question I have on that one. And then on 19, I also had a concern expressed in terms of the commissions, just as we are developing the procedures and protocols in terms of those commissions. It was reiterated to me that attendance really needs to be stressed, and that if individuals are not attending these commissions, committees, that we need to make it very clear that I think there's been a lot of frustration among a lot of, certainly the commissioners that I've appointed, that they get appointed to something and they don't have good attendance and they can't carry on business. So
I mean, it goes to that point that we've talked about a couple of times. Unfortunately, because we weren't aware people weren't going to attend, we ultimately had a lack of quorum, and so we've now inconvenienced commissioners who were there. So our goal would be to give you regular reports, a couple of things, regular reports on their attendance, but also the minutes of their meetings, so that once they approve the minutes of their meetings, that you actually see what actions they're taking, what is their work, so what's the commission been working on, and as we bring forward items that have been reviewed by the commissions, we will then report to you what action or recommendations the commissions are making. So I agree. We're also considering some software that would allow us to track that and report it to you in a more timely manner.
Okay. Yeah, because a couple of my commissioners even asked that we have an attendance requirement as sort of the process or procedures. I know that might be an issue, but...
Right. No. I mean, you can. You absolutely can.
Okay. I don't want to adjust the ordinances, but I want to make sure in terms of the administration of the commission.
I think what we were hoping to do is that by developing a much more formal system where we're providing training and we're reporting activities and attendance and things, we were hoping that would help address the situation. If it doesn't, we may very well come back to you and recommend some kind of changes to the overall structure.
Those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
I think actually we have written in this one of the ordinances that there is an attendance requirement if they miss more than 3. Councilmember Richard.
None tonight.
Councilmember Mulvihill.
None. And I'd like to move approval of the consent agenda.
Thank you. We have a motion. We have a second. Thank you. Oops. Whichever.
Not quite.
Would you like?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I know it's been a while.
Missing a month and two weeks or 2 meetings is I support. I need to hear a little retraining.
On the consent calendar, Mr. Mayor, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Mulvihill and it was seconded by Mr. Valdivia, and the item passes 7-0.
Thank you. Next is item number 21. This is a recommendation to adopt the resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino approving and adopting the City of San Bernardino's fiscal year 2017-18 budget update and related budget amendment action.
Mayor, members of council, before Brent gets in, I know I'm going to trump you. I'm going to steal his thunder. No, I'm not going to steal the thunder part of what you're going to say. I'm actually going to, just paint a picture. Brent's going to report some very good financial news. I just wanted to preface that with, while we are continuing to make progress, we have a substantial amount of work that remains to be done to put us in a position where we have that difference between our operating expenses and our revenues to be able to reinvest in the community the way we need to. Now, he's going to walk through some of the changes we've made. We do have a fairly robust capital improvement project that we're undertaking this year, but we do need, and we recognize we need to invest many, many more dollars in our community in order to really make it the prosperous community that we all desire. So, again, Brent's going to walk through our mid-year financial position. It is good news. We're putting more money in reserves. We're investing more money, but we need to continue with that effort along the way. So, Brent?
Good. And that's actually a good point, and I say it in here anyway, but is that this has the flavor of one-time money, because it's not like, every year we'll have the same kind of thing. On the expense saving side, for instance, what we want to do is actually have people in positions to provide services. So while it's nice to capture those one-time savings now, at the end of the day, you really want people in positions. So anyway, with that, I'll close. No, I'm just joking. Just by way of reminder, some background, you adopted a budget on June 21st this year. Citywide was $159 million, and the general fund was $119 million. The general fund had a modest, that's the word we used, $108,000 surplus, essentially just balanced. Subsequent to that, you have amended the budget on the expenditure side of the fence for $3.2 million, on the revenue side by $1.8 million. And so that's primarily carryovers, things that were, projects that were in play in 16-17 that moved into 17-18, continuing. And they were funded, but it's just part of the budget, tapping the reserves that were available at 16-17 then. Also new grants, and then you recall there was the San Manuel money that was a substantial amount, both on the revenue and expense sides balanced, but that's a major change this year to the budget. This year, in previous years, we've just focused really on general fund. That's really all the information we had at the time. This year, it's general fund primarily still, but we have some significant other operating funds we'll talk about briefly, and then also a snapshot of where some of our capital funds and special funds have balances at this point in time, that as we're really getting traction, get ready to spend some money and do some things, gives you, again, a snapshot of projected year-end balances of what we have to spend. So the bottom line number, and you can tell me to go home after this if you want, is a positive $7.1 million of good news that we're going to be projecting to add to the general fund reserve for this fiscal year. So that makes up $3.7 million of revenue gains above the amended budget as we stand here today, and we'll walk through some details on that. There's no significant outliers this year. In previous years, there was an account or a type of revenue or two that had substantial one-time items in it or something like that. It's actually a very pleasant, no single item has really major changes in it. It's just across the board, everything is humming right now. That's good. On the expense side, it's $4.8 million, primarily salary savings, as I mentioned earlier. That's from vacant positions. Obviously, everybody's working hard to get those filled. You hire three, somebody else leaves, et cetera. There's this constant netting situation, but progress is being made, and I have a statistic on that relative to police later in the presentation. As we opened this fiscal year, the fund balance, the reserve available fund balance was $25 million is the way we've characterized that. It was actually 31, but of that, $6 million was earmarked, set aside, et cetera, whatever word you want to use, to cover ongoing BK costs for both settlements as well as ongoing administrative costs. And so that was kind of residual. We've had balances before. We've told you we set aside for that, and this is the trailing dollars of that same discussion. So really $25 million is the number we want to focus on to open the year. And then as we add $7 million to that, we land at $32 million projected for the end of this fiscal year, which would put us above 25% reserve. Again, a very healthy number. Councilman Mulvihill is always asking, Brent, do you still have the 15%? And the answer is yes, we do, and then some, which is a nice place to be as we continue to try and launch initiatives and new things. It's a very good place to be for that. The 20-year fiscal model, you may ask, how does this compare to that? Had envisioned 20+% reserve levels in the early years, and so we're on target and beyond for that at this point in time, so that's, again, a good place to be. And again, these results are really designed to help you as we launch into the 18-19 budget process, which is hard to even say. I can't believe it was the last year of the 2010s. How can decades gone by so quickly? But as you make decisions on that budget year, this information gives you some broader perspective of how to make some of those decisions that we will tee up for you. At the very end, I have a one-page slide on our process for the budget, for developing the 18-19 budget this year. We'll jump into the revenue side of the fence. This marvelous-looking slide created by a finance person shows the amended budget and then where we project to be. It's just a visual on the $3.7 million. Key revenue categories we discussed individually on the next couple of slides. And most revenue categories, as I said a moment ago, are reflecting positive variances. No significant outliers, but we'll see that in a moment. I have two slides of revenue categories here. During the budget process, we're going to walk through revenues in a little more detail. So I can address what these different revenue types mean if you have questions about them. But I wasn't going to go into great detail of what a VLF and lieu property tax is necessarily. But I'm happy to speak about anything you'd like to chat about on that too. We keep hearing we've given away all our property taxes. That's not true. We have VLF in lieu, which is a property tax revenue, and as things happen positively on the property tax side of the fence, that revenue is the beneficiary of that growth. And so that's still one of our more significant revenues. I think it's our third largest significant revenue piece. So even after all the changes, that's still a significant revenue item. It was projected at $15 million. We projected to be $15,235,000. So basically, spot on still for that, but that's where that is. Sales tax, our biggest revenue item, within $50,000 projected right now. I would have put it exactly on the same number probably, except that it would look like I hadn't thought about it, and I didn't want to give that impression. So but we expect it'll hit that target and then maybe a little through that as well. Utility users tax, that's what you get on your utility bill. It's just a tax that the city receives on the various utilities, gas, electric, all those, water, et cetera, cable. And that's last year, this is one of our larger variances to the positive, actually. We saw a little bit of a dip last year, which I didn't really fully understand. But this, I think because of that, whatever adjustment, could have been timing receipts or something like that with one of the providers. The number we're projecting at the end of this fiscal year really kind of trues up that line that would have been a normal progression if last year had been more in line. So anyway, there's nothing interesting there to speak about. It created a little larger projection because we weren't sure how to project this year's number when we set the budget back in the spring of last year. Business licenses is one of the two categories that shows a minor shortfall. The revenues don't come in a very predictable fashion, and so with the number we had in the early February timeframe when I ran numbers, I just tried to be a little bit cautious, and so $7.6 million seemed like a better number based on what I was seeing. Realistically, I believe we're probably going to land on the 7.7 number probably, but that was somewhere, based on the number that I just wasn't comfortable going all the way there. Measure Z is one of our important sales tax items, as you know. It's actually a transaction tax, not a sales tax. As you know, the nuance about the Measure Z tax, different from the sales tax, is that it's on the citizens of San Bernardino. So if the citizen of San Bernardino buys a car in town, they pay the 1% sales tax and the 1/4-cent sales tax. If a person from Riverside comes into San Bernardino, they pay the 1-cent sales tax. They don't pay the 1/4-cent Measure Z tax. If a citizen from San Bernardino goes into Riverside and buys a car, which should never happen, right? Never happen. But if they happen to, they would pay the 1% sales tax to Riverside, and our 1/4-cent transaction tax would still be collected from the car dealership in Riverside and remitted and handed back to the city then. So anyway, that transaction tax on vehicles follows you around. If you buy your Slurpee at a 7-Eleven in Riverside versus here, again, don't encourage it, the transaction tax doesn't follow that in that case. Franchise fees, again, a significant revenue source, doing well also. It's just $170,000 above the amended budget. Transient occupancy taxes, the hotel taxes, that is, continues to do well. It's I have not a whole lot of explanation on the fact that I've looked at the numbers, and the hotels are yes, but that also means more hotels doesn't do it because if they just spread out, it's also more hotels and those people putting heads in beds, and so. As a result, the overflow from Ontario coming out of Riverside, et cetera, the quarter of the 10 is substantial. So all those things play into it. There's no exact science to it, but it's a healthy increase. And we actually even projected it up from last year as well. That's good. Charges for services, that's the things that kids pay for a sports program, or you go to Mark Persico's counter and pay a fee there, or the Public Works counter. It's the charges for services, basically, that when people get something, the specific service they're paying for is what that category is. And it's, again, not a substantial increase, but it's above the budget we set, which is good. And as we continue to see things moving forward, most of that is in that development world, not in the park and rec fee world. So that's a positive sign. The last item is other. It's a number of things. It's the transfer from the water department's in there. It's a big line item, but interest income and rental income and those kinds of things makes up collectively $2 million. So it's a good chunk, but there's nothing significant individually there. That's why they were all lumped together then. Then on the expenditure side of the house, the general fund departments will complete, we anticipate this fiscal year, about $3.8 million under their amended budget. Again, vacancy savings is the lion's share of that. I talked to the police department staff, and with this time, February last year to February this year, when I pulled the numbers, despite still having substantial vacancies citywide, they are making progress. And the number I added to the presentation is that we're at about 243 sworn this year versus 229 last year. That's 14 plus. That's good progress, and The chief and I were talking this morning about it, and we think really by end of year, with the LETs that are in the academy and so forth, that we should be about full up. So that's good. You create some challenges and discussions for the budget process then, and we'll talk about that another time. But so we're making the right headway, and those vacancy rates will continue to climb down, and we'll have less savings, but that's generally a good thing then. Through the process, and we'll walk through the departments in just a moment, but there are 4 adjustments requested or items to bring to your attention that are either over budget condition or requesting a budget amendment. The clerk's office is going to incur about $100,000 of costs that will be attributable to this fiscal period in June for the election, and that was not included in the budget as we didn't have numbers from the county and so forth. And so she wants to pay that till after the year's over, but it belongs in this accounting period, so we're requesting that $100,000 supplemental appropriation be included. Oh, and all these things that are being requested are part of that $3.8 million already. It's been factored in, presuming that you would say yes to these. If you said no for some reason, then that number would get better. City Attorney's Office, on the detail you have in your packet, shows a negative condition, overrun condition, but that's only if they spent all their outside counsel and litigation expense costs. And so, in wanting to be conservative, we have projected those being all spent. Realistically, at this point in time, this fiscal year, coming out of the bankruptcy still, probably not going to spend all that. So we're expecting that to be literally within budget by June 30 still. But wanted to be aware of that and not push them into a corner on their costs where they'd have to spend a smaller number to live with the number we projected. So anyway, that there's a risk there that if heavy litigation continued through the year, they could possibly be over budget in that category. Economic Development Housing, we're requesting a $300,000 supplemental appropriation. When we put the budget together last year, the new department did not exist. And as we pulled together costs from the different divisions that were affected, City Manager's Office, what else is in there? Economic Development, yeah. Oh, the former EDA, yes, that's the big one. We had we made an estimate we thought this cost might be for the former EDA particularly, and as we pulled those all together after you approved the formation of the department, we need about $300,000 more to make their budget work just right. The good news part of that discussion is that on the revenue projection side of the house, as we firmed up the expenditure side, we also firmed up the rental income associated with the former EDA properties, and that's part of why we had that big $2 million swing on the revenue side, is that the property rental income is higher than we planned to. It's literally about $500,000 of that $2 million. And so as a result, we're asking $300,000 on the expense side, but we're kind of giving back $500,000 on the revenue side also. So it's kind of a net positive $200,000 at the end of the day. And then lastly, the Public Works Department has budgeted $400,000 in the street maintenance division. They've identified that there could be a more immediate pressing need for expenditure in a different manner. And so we're requesting that not a new appropriation, but a transfer, a reappropriation, if you will, of the $400,000 into tree maintenance and concrete maintenance, basically to incur projects that will avoid liabilities associated with things between trees and concrete that we end up incurring more costs for limbs down, trip and falls, that kind of thing. And this goes a long way towards helping alleviate some of those most pronounced problems. Then we'll visually look at the departments quickly. I don't have the variance columns up there because they're relatively minor and they're hard to see. So I'll just put the numbers up there and you can see Mayor's Office and Council Office right within a small amount of being on budget. The City Clerks and the City Attorney budget are the two I mentioned that potentially could be over. The clerks were asking for the $100,000. The City Attorney opted not to ask for appropriations because we think we can probably get there by June 30. City Manager's Office, Finance, the tall one right in the middle, very proud. Human Resources and Economic are all three under budget there as well. Economic Development Housing is the one we're requesting $300,000 to shore up that operation between now and June 30. Community Development, small amount to the good also on the variance. Police is the big outlier in the room. It's hard to figure out which chart to put them on because they kind of just rescale everything else, and it makes it a little obvious. They'll be on their own slide, I guess, but you won't give the chief that satisfaction to be his own slide. The Parks and Recreation Department, as well as Public Works, both plan to be under budget by smaller amounts of money there. Library, has planned to be under budget again this year. General government also, much of that's where we have the rental for the buildings charged, occurs. And we moved out of the former Sabita building, and so there's savings in that regard, and that's probably the single largest item that makes up that positive delta right there. And then on transfers out and debt service, put those together because they're also in the general government department, but they're kind of breakout items on their own. And the delta there is primarily due to the pension bonds. When we put together the budget for the debt service on the pension bonds, the final debt service schedule had not been prepared or finalized by the bankruptcy team, and so when it came out after we were done with the budget, the POBs had a lesser amount due in year one now, so that's going to be about $600,000 to the good, and basically accounts for that delta right there. A rehash from what I mentioned earlier with a better graph or schedule there on where the reserves. They started the year at $25 million, which was roughly 18% or so. The projected surplus is $7.1 million. With 32.1 for the end of the year. That's a number that's above 26%, 26 point something. And that amount of money is available for anything essentially, but primarily things like economic downturn. You never know when that's going to happen. Don't anticipate that in this next fiscal year, but we've had multiple years of good news, and so it will come sometime, and it will probably catch us by surprise a little bit. And so in that first year, although we're monitoring, you never know when it's going to turn, and we want to be able to have money in the bank to cover that. Ongoing PERS costs, as you've heard over and over, and then also potential one-time special needs if they arise. After the general fund, we have a few other funds. Just want to quickly run through. I have the gas tax fund, Measure I fund, animal control, general liability, workers' compensation, fleet service, and information technology, all basically operating funds, and all in a good fiscal position relative to the budget that's adopted. The number on the right is their adopted budget, and they will be under that by some amount of money. One comment I want to make, workers' comp fund, if you were to look at the actual numbers today, because there's been a very aggressive settling of claims, as you know from your time in the closed session periods. And so we've literally spent far more money than we had budgeted for processing costs this year associated with workers' comp, so it looks like it's over budget, but these claims we're settling are actually situations from prior years, and so they're really costs of a prior year, and so when we close the books at June 30, we get a new study of that outstanding liability. That liability will be down, and we'll end up doing some fancy journal entries that wind up moving those costs out of current year expenditure, and they really move elsewhere in the accounts, and they reduce the liability then. So that said, when we do all the cleansing entries that are supposed to be done with closing the books, that workers' comp too will look fine and not have a problem. And then I mentioned I'll give you a snapshot balances of special funds and capital funds. Asset forfeiture has currently a $3.1 million balance. Air quality has about $500,000 left. Sorry. We did a big auto purchase this year, you recall, and so that took that down from an over $1 million balance to what's a more appropriate balance now. Traffic safety fund, 1.7, and then cultural development, that's had a lot of conversation this year, has the $4 million balance in it. That's still set aside there and will be used as per the conversation that's been had here through the budget process that we talked about and so forth. Then in the lower section of the slide, the capital fund, storm drain, has $7.2 million, local circulation, $1.5 million, regional, $13 million. These are all monies that Trish gets to use on our vast needs, and so this is good information for her. The Parkland and Quimby Act funds have $2.3 million, then other smaller ones that make up kind of the total is another $4 million collectively. And so there's some healthy balances to be used, and that's a good thing now because we haven't had a lot of activity happening. But as we move into a period of time where we're able to do some things, we have some balances to spend. And then lastly, I just wanted to run through the budget calendar with you. We kicked off the budget process for 18-19 in December, and that was successful. The city manager shared with the departments the process for this year, which is a much, much more robust process this year than we've done in other years. And so departments are truly combing through their accounts in great detail, painful detail, and that's good, though. We want to be able to put together a budget for you that all the corners have been swept out and all that kind of thing. So we're taking the time, and it's going very well. And we have people in the various positions throughout the departments to do these things too now, so it's going very well. Those departments have submitted their budget requests in February. Finance and departments are now having meetings. We reviewed their budgets or are reviewing them, and we're meeting with the departments to make sure we understand what they've done. We'll be having meetings with the city manager's office in late March, early April maybe, and then we're teeing up 3 meetings with yourselves in the April-May time frame to talk with the budget process, some of the hows and whys we do the things we do, some just informational, educational stuff first, and then go through the actual departments. They'll be making presentations to you this year themselves, and then we'll talk about CIP in the last meeting as well. We talked about in the first meeting some of the processes we go through, but then have a chance to talk about it before you're being asked to approve it later, so you have time to comment, etc. And then the preliminary budget we pulled all together with all the information being provided that you have provided to us, probably in May for a public hearing, and then adoption in June. We have it scheduled for the first meeting in June, but that also gives us cushion that if things need more time for whatever reason, we could slide to the second meeting in June and have time to wrap all that up. So, with that.
Thank you. Thank you, Brent. Appreciate the very thorough report. Very easy to follow, and you did an excellent job of communicating it.
Thank you.
The 2017 financial audit, do you know when that will?
I received an email that I believe we have the last final draft from the auditors. That's been, as you and I have chatted, anticipated having that done much sooner. But this being the year where the bankruptcy was done, June 15th, I kind of wish we'd kicked it to July 1st or 2nd so that we could have done those entries the next year. But yeah, it's sooner than better, I guess. Anyway, so as a result of all those things that occurred, have lots and lots of significant accounting adjustments. And so it's just taken longer for the auditors to do their work. This is not a standard audit in terms of, they don't have bankruptcy audits every single year. So this has been a little bit of a new territory for them. And San Bernardino's audit situation is different than Stockton's was. They did the Stockton audit too, but our situation is different than theirs. So anyway, as a result, it's taken longer. But yes, tonight we have signed off on and sent the last couple comments on what I believe will be the final draft. And so I'm hoping to get that issued out the door to us next week.
Very good. Thank you. Councilman Valdivia.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Mason, thank you very much. I'm just certainly overjoyed to see some of the facts and figures regarding the health and financial stability of our city. We certainly appreciate all the staff members and our city employees who've given and had some dire straits here in the last 5 years. We have overcome, and we're just excited about getting back to business of getting stuff done. And with that in mind, regarding the page 2, or I'm sorry, it's I think page 3 or 4 of your slide, the utility users taxes, it's a projected amount of $25 million, the variance of $400,000. My question is, since many of our residents have experienced either senior citizens or low-income families and individuals who exercise their the privileged right to consume or be part of this CARE program, my question is, the Southern California Edison and gas payment, who pays the variance on those reduced costs for utility users tax?
People apply to us for a rebate, and we budget a line item for that, so the general fund absorbs that then.
The general fund absorbs that. Is there an ordinance override that can be reviewed as part of the fee so that they would still somehow pick that up and
the utility would pay it?
Yes.
Well, given it's a pass-through to them, the kinds of supplemental funds where you might donate to somebody that can't afford their bill kind of thing goes to the rate component usually. But our stack-on tax would not ordinarily be subject to that, I believe. And so as a result, that's why we're tasked with having to do the program.
What's the cost to the city on that?
Less than $5,000.
$5,000?
Less than $5,000. We budgeted $5,000. In recent years, we've spent two or three. Yeah.
So it's not substantive?
Not at all.
Okay, that's what rate is that? I'm just
generally the people that qualify for it, are not paying already huge amounts anyway. The rate is 7.25%, so it's just that applied to whatever their bill is. Yeah. So
Is that, I'd like for you to maybe revisit that figure. I don't know. I mean, if in fact we have purported numbers out there that 45 to 52% of our population, and everyone has probably gas and Edison, I would assume, most residents have that running in their home. I just don't see how that's an accurate figure.
Well, sure, they have to apply, certainly. And just because you're an income level from some federal standard doesn't mean that it complies. So, but let me pull that together and we can distribute the information on that, the usage as well as the program particulars.
Yeah, and then does HDL or which tax advisory service do we use? Muni Services. Who on the back end verifies the car sales? My concern is that Measure Z. That certainly DMV, as I understand it, because I talked to Board of Equalization regarding this. Mr. Mulvihill brings up, I think about 2.5 years ago, a very good point regarding some of these licensing fees and whatnot. Is there a guard at the back door? And Muni Services or HDL typically are that proverbial guard at the back door so that San Bernardino City can recoup costs and find the leakage wherever that might be. So who are we hiring to ensure that we have that back door covered and are certainly getting all of our money, the tax money that should be allocated to our city? Who's doing that, and how do we monitor their scope of services?
HDL is the consultant that does that, and they, whenever they come upon, through their research and auditing techniques, they come upon an item that they find this business is reporting elsewhere, it should be San Bernardino, they file a request for review with the Board of Equalization, and I get a letter notification of such and so forth, and they pursue it, and at some point in time the Board of Equalization does their thing, and I think I've seen everything be successful except one for what they do. So they know what they're doing, obviously,
sure.
and they're finding things, and it helps the Board of Equalization get things right, obviously. They also work other cities, and so there are things that go against us as well. Not that they're finding ours, but they could be finding Colton.
Right,
they serve the majority of cities in California, so it's just kind of getting it all together right. But,
regarding the transit occupancy tax on page 4 of your slide, the $4.3 million or the projected June 4.7, I think it's important as a policy decision that ultimately we as a council decide how to earmark that, or do we just simply wash it into the general fund? But there's discussion with the hoteliers, the restaurant, the hospitality industry, how best to use that for services in dedicated hospitality zones. So I draw that to your attention, Ms. Miller, only because certainly I represent a lot of those hospitalities. New brands are being flown on Hospitality Lane. As I understand it, community development, we're receiving additional inquiries and applications to build these new flagship hotels. And while I appreciate the hotel industry, I also want to know how best to serve them and accommodate them in that industry. If, in fact, they have and contribute to the lion's share, which is $4.5 million, I always kind of right in the middle, then how do we best serve them? Can we put them in a P-bid? Is it possible to put them in a business district? What portion can we somehow recoup back to them as a refund so that they can instill more tourism and a type of advertising so that we can certainly attract more individuals as our community becomes safer, as these opportunities exist, how best to use that. So only for us discussion at the eventual policy discussion time, but I thought I'd bring that to your service or to your attention. Now, charges for service. Just last night I was at the neighborhood council meeting and I heard an alarming statistic that certainly caused some concern and apprehension on my part. The dog licensing checkers, would that be under this category if we had them anymore?
The dog license, or the entire dog function, or animal control function,
animal control.
Dogs, all animals. We don't differentiate. It's in a separate fund altogether. Animal control is not part of the general fund, so that would not be part of these revenues here.
So it's tucked in the police department?
It's part of the police department's responsibility, but we track that in a separate fund because we set rates, we serve other communities, so it's designated as a non-general fund activity.
Okay. Well, I just was somehow
perceived and coalesced and synthesized information that we really need to do a better job about proactive dog licensing enforcement and whatnot. And so that was a little bit.
We would concur with that. We've had some vacancies in that position. The chief and I have had a couple conversations over the last, actually even this morning at about 8 o'clock. So it is something that's on our radar because we've had some vacancies in that position. And when we compare our licensing revenue to cities of similar size and with the number of animals that we believe we have in this community, we do think that there's area or room for improvement.
And final question on page 5 or 6 or whatever it was, the narrative on Public Works, the $400,000. Is that a better, would the better discussion or policy entertainment be at the capital improvements time when we revisit that, or is it necessary now that we approve the $400,000?
Well, I strongly urge you to approve the $400,000 because, remember, we've identified a number of trees that need to be removed that we think are causing a dangerous situation, and then the lifting sidewalks and curb and gutter that are liability concerns. So I would recommend you do that. Remember, the capital improvement discussion will be those much larger projects. This is more maintenance-related items.
Okay. And then final point is towards the second or third to the last here, and I'll come back for seconds because I know there are other council members who want to talk, and I appreciate our council here. The concern that I have regarding the capital improvement plan is we really need to get to work. Our city, our Public Works Department, and much of these are contracted services. So the asphalt repairs, the asphalt mill and overlay projects, many of these engineering firms have outside agencies where they can come out and provide that. Much of it is contracted, and so I would hope that the build and or the design and engineering would be proactively done, even kind of in the weeds, in the toolies, unbeknownst to us. But my expectation is that we get out there and get stuff done. Our city has suffered for capital improvement plans for about 2.5 years. And when I do an analysis of all of these costs here, we're very fat. We're very robust in some of these funds. My question to you, Mr. Mason, when I aggregate all the cumulative total, does that somehow, is that incorporated in the annual reserve of $32 million that you project?
No.
Or is those separate and
These
apart?
are non-general fund accounts.
Okay, very good.
Funds, et cetera,
So we have money.
I would just caution you, though, some of that is programmed. So remember, you approved a capital improvement fund that did include some of these. It's just the timing of expenditures. So remember, she has a capital improvement plan that you've adopted. In fact, I think at the next meeting, she has an update on where we are in terms of the plan that you adopted and what's the status of each project. Sure. And so some of the balances that you're seeing are really just a timing of the use of those funds.
And these budgets don't somehow integrate with what she'll present in 2 weeks or whatever.
She will show you, so you have an idea of how much will be spent by that time, because remember, as part of that capital improvement plan, you allocated the resources, the funds necessary to do the projects, and then also a plan for when the timing of the expense would occur.
Final comment on the CIP. My hope and dream would be that our new Public Works Director would somehow incorporate. I've learned this at the city, the League of Cities Finance when I was in the workshops. I think Councilman Barrios and I attended this, or maybe I did. But I remember succinctly remembering that the Public Works, there was a Public Works Director that I kind of was talking and having coffee with. And at the workshop, what was so important, which I really was fascinated with and missing here in our community, is there was an ABC type of ratio as to how much output on that CIP was done. And so my hope and expectation would be that when we really drive this 8-cylinder vehicle, that we have some type of metric, whether it's an ABC grade or a percentage of percent and projects completed. So I want to report to my constituents and the taxpayers of this community that what are we getting done with all of the monies here? Is it 50%? Is it 40%? That's right. I would tell you, my best guess, and this is not to besmirch our good Public Works Department, it's less than 50%.
Oh, I will assure you that in prior years, yes. That's part of the reason why last year we kind of took a step back. Yeah. And remember, we, for the first time, developed a capital improvement plan for that year that we felt was really doable. Then you'll remember Martin came back and had a work plan for that. That's what they're working from now. So she'll be able to tell you where she is in terms of projects completed based on the timing that we determined that they should be done, because she developed that work plan for the year. So she will be able to tell you that at the next meeting.
Thank you.
Councilman Barrios.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to know that I'm so happy to hear that we have available reserves now, but I'm wondering if there is actually a goal of how much reserves that we want to actually have, and if so, when we get to that point, are we going to push more money to the departments?
That's an excellent question, and what it really begs is the discussion of we need to have a reserve policy, which obviously I'm not approaching tonight, but we've got things that got to be in the hopper ahead of that. But I would say probably in this next year time frame, maybe in the 18-19 fiscal year, probably that would be something I would hope to bring forward to the council to talk about. Because yes, you don't want to have too much. We're not in the business of saving money; we're in the business of spending money properly, prudently, etc. 25% would be on probably the high end of cities, but there are lots of cities that have lots more than that, but not for a good reason. Organizations propose usually a 2-month kind of level, which is roughly 15% to be a base, but then from there, each entity needs to adjust that up or down based on the nuances of your community. Well, we just come out of bankruptcy, challenges, this and that, so having a healthier reserve is probably a very good thing, and 25 is a nice place to be. 20 would be fine too, I think. But beyond that, really, I think we need to be looking at other programs then, but that gets out of my bailiwick.
And what is common for other cities, or what does the League recommend?
The
2-month
supply of 2-month supply, anywhere from 15 to 20%. The only other caveat I would make to that is usually it's 15 to 20%, but it also assumes that that's a true reserve, an emergency reserve, that they also encourage you, though, to have a reserve for unfunded liabilities, for other kinds of issues. So that's just a true unallocated reserve. Right now, what you have is a combined reserve, so we don't have, and that's one of the things that Brent and I will be bringing forward to you, is a reserve policy related to true reserves compared to some reserve standards that we would hope that you would implement that guide us in terms of investing money for future liabilities. Capital improvement, we don't have, the city doesn't have a robust capital improvement reserve. Some cities put money away for major infrastructure projects well into the future. So again, we want to touch on all those things and have you set some standard limits for us. But usually it's about 2 months, 15 to 20% for just that, truly that reserve account. Ours is kind of mixed all into one big reserve. So we had a major infrastructure failure, it's out of that money. If we had some major workers' compensation issue, we'd have to take it out of reserve. So again, we want to start earmarking some funds for some other equipment replacement. We really don't have a good equipment replacement fund, and that's part of the reason why we have very old trucks. Tonight you approved a roller that really, frankly, we should have had. We should have had that equipment. Shouldn't have been a surprise to anyone. So, there are some things that we need to start planning for better and create some funds to make sure we have the resources as those issues come up.
So if you can give an estimate, what is our true reserve amount?
It truly is 25 and be going to 32 million.
Yeah.
It's just, it's not been broken into pieces yet then. Right. So, and your policy discussion that we'll shape for you will decide how much that for contingencies, how much for claims, liability, workers' comp, et cetera. And there are lots of best practices to follow in that regard too. So that'll be a good conversation to have.
And then the other thing is, and I would not just give it to the departments. Really.
Okay. So my question: What do we do with that money?
What we do is we keep, and I keep hammering this. We have got to come to a point where we are keeping our operating costs as efficient as we possibly can. As efficient as we can, because we want to keep that cost low so that we create some difference between what we're bringing in any given year and what we're expending for our day-to-day operations, our day-to-day responsibilities, so that you can reinvest that money in our parks and our streets and City Hall and our buildings. We have community centers that haven't been invested in years. We have libraries that need roofs and community centers that need air conditioning. We need to start investing in those things, and center median maintenance, lighting upgrades. We need to invest in all those things.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Good presentation, Brent. I'm looking at page 3 under general fund projected at 7.1 million surplus. I'm interested in the opening general fund reserve estimated at $25 million for ongoing BK costs for settlements and administrative expenses. How long is this going to go on? I know we're out of bankruptcy last year, and I know we have some things we need to tie up.
Great question. As you know, we are continuing to incur, costs as the loose ends, and it's not just loose ends. There are
some major things.
Claim issues we're still resolving. Plus, some of the settlements are not due yet, and so payments on some of the settlements have yet to happen. We could budget those part of that fiscal year belongs to, but it's more prudent since you know something's coming to set it aside now
to prepare.
For that. Yeah.
So this way,
we don't want to overstate the number either. So
when the claims do come, we are able to pay for them.
But it's an estimate, so we don't know. It could be more than 6. It could be less than 6, and so. It made it even 25. That's the magic.
But we're just including this just to make sure that we have funding for those settlements and
we'll have if I could just jump in
Certainly.
to clarify, we are just now starting the process of liquidating all of the litigation claims in the bankruptcy.
So we just started.
So technically we're out of bankruptcy,
right.
But we're still liquidating. So we're just starting mediations this month to try to get rid of the remaining cases that we have. So that money is going to go towards settlements.
It's going to go quickly.
Cases. We have to pay for mediation services. We're still paying Paul to.
Although we don't see him here at City Hall, he's working behind the scenes.
Correct.
Got it.
But remember, that is still within that money that was initially allocated.
Sure.
And we feel comfortable, at least at this point, that that's still within what
that
it's
number.
going to take to finish liquidating those claims.
Okay.
So that number hasn't changed. It's gone down, but it's based on our original estimates, which we still feel comfortable with.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilman Nipple.
Couple questions. Funds or revenues for LMDs, where is that located in the budget?
Those are special funds also.
Right.
They're not real materials, so they were not part of this here, but they are part of the non-general fund special revenue funds.
Special revenue funds, okay. I did get some questions related to how we're squaring those funds in terms of their obligations. It's been an ongoing issue for us, I think.
Yes, it has been.
Make sure that we're balancing that out.
We are. We have not, in the past, accounted for those in a way that it's easy to cull information out easily by LMD, so Brent's staff is doing that now. But overall, we do account for those funds. We know how much money we're receiving, and we know what we're spending, although we think that that's probably a short estimate because we aren't capturing all the costs.
So those revenues and expenditures are not reflected in any of these numbers? Okay.
You will see them, though, as part of the budget process. We'll report on what we anticipate the revenues, and again, this year I think you'll see a much better job in terms of estimating what the costs are going to be.
Sure. The vehicle sales taxes, I know it was mentioned already. This was brought to my attention some years ago. It's been brought up in successive budget discussions. Speaking for myself, I don't think I've seen a true resolution to this question yet in terms of potential outstanding vehicle taxes that may have been collected by surrounding jurisdictions, and ensuring that we've made corrections for that. My understanding is there are areas of the city that are still designated under the postal codes as being cities other than San Bernardino, although they are in the incorporated area of San Bernardino, and that there is at least the potential that those funds have gone to other jurisdictions rather than the city of San Bernardino. What, if any, progress have we made in terms of assessing whether or not we are looking at some potential funds, revenues that have left the city because of that disconnect between the way those taxes are collected and then redistributed to the cities? What do we know about this issue?
Brent and I meet with HDL at least, quarterly, and really even more frequently than that because they're quick to call about things. They don't have any. We will ask them just to check again, but they cull through so much data, and they have brought to our attention some situations where they think taxes are being allocated inappropriately, and we've seen some adjustments because of that. We get regular adjustments. But we have not had an adjustment related to auto sales. I know several years ago, 4 or 5 years ago, there was an adjustment made, but there hasn't been one recently, and they haven't noted anything where they felt that an adjustment
It's an issue that I know, at least from my perspective, was something that we had quite a bit of discussion on in prior budget discussions, and I want to just ensure that we have addressed it completely to make sure that we don't have any funds that are continuing to seep out if, in fact... And
on just a positive note, though, if for some reason, we will ask them to go back through that again just to be sure, and HDL really is a phenomenal company. If they find, though, that that's happening, they will go back and they'll ultimately, it'll take some time to get it done, but it will ultimately be reallocated back to San Bernardino.
Another question I'm getting, obviously we've had quite a bit of activity in terms of the construction of new logistics centers in various areas of the city, and really understanding completely how the sales tax revenue that is generated through the sales related to those logistics facilities is remunerated back to the city. How does that work? Can you give me just sort of a quick explanation of how those revenues are assessed and collected and come back to the city?
It would depend. It's not a blanket answer for all businesses of this nature. If they're an entity who's determined to be a point of sale in San Bernardino, yes, they're collected here. But many of these regional logistics are not point of sale San Bernardino. And so as a result, those sales get dumped into the county pool, they call it, and then distributed county-wide. So maybe a sale that's a City of Fontana resident or a City of Nantucket somewhere, whatever kind of thing. Somewhere in the state of California, they assess the tax, and so there's a positive flow of things that would not ordinarily be San Bernardino sales-based kinds of things, but there's very detailed sales tax law about what fits at point of sale and what's just a regional then. But for the ones that are mostly the regional centers, Amazon, for instance, dumps into the county pool, and it's distributed based on that quarter's allocation of sales tax.
So we get a percentage based on our larger production. So it's based on a percentage of how you contributed to that larger pool.
Okay. And the reason why I'm asking is we had quite a bit of discussion, I think good discussion in our strategic workshop on, the relative cost benefit of different types of development to the city. And I think in line with this idea of really operating on a corporate paradigm to really understand the cost benefit of that type of development to our city as we're moving forward. I'll be honest, I get a lot of questions and concerns brought to me specifically from constituents that see a lot of these distribution centers coming up and being built throughout the city, and they want to know specifically what is the net benefit and how are we monitoring that net benefit to the city in terms of revenue. So I think that's going to be something that on an ongoing basis, certainly I think there is a need for us to assess what types of development come in, and I'm certainly willing to consider more of these types of facilities, but I do want to start seeing what that net benefit and advantages to the city as more of these facilities are built.
I think one thing that might be helpful, and we can work with the development community to do this, just because you see a big box, it doesn't necessarily mean, and I think people assume that these are very simple procedures that the state board is implementing, and they're not. I mean, in fact, they have multiple flow charts on just big box type, and I have to go, and Brent I'm sure does, we have to go kind of look at the chart to see. So it might be helpful as we talk to developers about their proposals for different types of sites, that they think about what the end users might be and then show you how that, and so we will start requiring that.
I would like to start seeing some performas on some of these developments because I'm willing to trust, but I want to verify that, in fact, these developments are truly in our best interest and of highest best use of the developable land that we have. So I would just appreciate, we can keep that in mind.
Lots of communities ask for that kind of information, so that's nothing that, that a developer wouldn't be used to providing based on what they anticipate the end user being. And maybe it's a range of pro formas. Maybe, we're thinking of, these 2 or 3 types of end users. Here's the different projections based on what that ultimately.
Okay, and if it hasn't been made already, I'll move to approve this.
Second. Councilman Charette.
My own comment is to springboard off of Henry's comments about the sales tax for autos, and that is we specifically, I think largely in the 4th Ward in the northeast end of the community, that was Highland, the city of Highland. It was annexed in, and the postal zip code still says Highland. And so if a Highland resident goes down to the Toyota dealership, I'm not sure if we're capturing that. If they put down on there that they're in the city of Highland, is that money going to Highland when it should be going to San Bernardino? That's been the real bugaboo about that, and we've talked about that. And there may be other zip codes as well, but it's largely has to do with that Highland annexation that we did so many years ago and turned Highland into San Bernardino.
Councilmember Mobile.
And just to go along with that as well, Ruth Parrish. It's not just City of Highland, it's Colton as well. And she developed a map, had the zip codes in our residential areas, and there's some Highland zip codes and there's some Colton zip codes, and there's several thousand.
Rialto and Loma Linda too.
Yeah, there's about 4,000 or 5,000.
Right, and that information ultimately does get to the BOE. So as those annexations are occurring, that's part of the LAFCO process to make sure that those state agencies understand the changes. So we will just make sure that that's occurred.
Thank you.
Just one comment.
I think it's important also that we recognize the connection between what Councilman Nickel was talking about with the cost-benefit relationship as to what we do with that reserve. As we had that preliminary discussion with the strategic planning meeting that we had with Greg Devereaux, he was pointing out that those future benefits that we want to accrue to the city will be based on some of those decisions that we make in terms of the type of businesses that we're going to look out for. And so it is important to have part of that reserve allocated for some of that growth. And as the city manager has indicated, we do need to do some carving up and then also be creating some additional reserve for the future to be able to deal with those opportunities when they do become available. The $6 million or so that's earmarked here for potential BK settlements, that is one of those types of earmarkings of that, and we need to do it with other items. We need to come to an agreement on the part of the council and the part of the community. What are the businesses that we want to attract? And in doing so, we need to then make that concerted effort that reserve is established to make sure that we have the wherewithal to be able to provide the growth and if we need some additional street repairs or we need to do some infrastructure modification. Those are the kinds of things. And keeping in mind then that also using the Greg Devereaux model that the utilization of services of the city need to be incorporated in that discussion so that when we look at which items we want to focus on, like they've done in Ontario very effectively, they've found those businesses that help to generate some of that additional growth for the community, but reduces the amount of calls for service and the expenditure of resources for the particular type of growth that they're looking for. So.
It's interesting. There are communities that have innovation funds. So there's funding that's earmarked. The council has set aside so that as something innovative comes up or they have an opportunity to invest in something, much like the mayor referenced, where you want to attract a particular industry and maybe you need to partner with them on something to do it, the council has some funding set aside for things that are innovative, things that attract the kind of investment that we want. And again, I'd like to see us get to the point where we're that healthy that And it's a little bit like your personal savings account. Maybe we don't have a lot of money at first, but we still set up the fund and we start investing money there as we have funds available to us.
Thank you. I believe we have a motion and a second. Councilman Valdivia.
Thank you, sir. Well, let's get into the heavier topic, and then I'll leave some recommendations. The $6 million ongoing BK costs, I appreciate, Ms. Greider, what you've said. I think we have contingency plans set, and it's maybe not appropriate to discuss policy on how to settle that because we'd probably have to go to closed session. My sole comment is that we need to have maybe something agendized for closed session. What is the council's prerogative? How do we authorize those spend outs? Mm-hmm. What is our strategic plan? Are we settling, how are we settling it is the bigger question, and I have some ideas, but maybe we need a closed session that for next meeting or whenever. But we want to give you the freedom and liberty to do that, but I think there needs to be some guardrails or some discussion of that. So what would be the policy from the council authorizing those settlement agreements, and what is the strategic plan so that way we can really leverage that $6 million. My other issue is regarding the zip code. Mid-January of 2018, I remember reading in the Press Enterprise, the city of Menifee petitioned the United States Postal Service, a clever move via resolution. I think it passed. I don't know all the details. I just forwarded the link to you for you and Brent. And Dixon, I don't know your last name, but I've tried to send it your way. But it's a good opportunity for us to, if that's a clever move on our part, let's see if we can say, or even talk to our congressional representative, Congressman Aguilar, how best to leverage those opportunities, incorporate zip codes. Now, the only fallback would be realtors and real estate would probably be upset.
Yeah.
So those Highland folks would say, hey, I don't want anything, fill in the blank, with the city. Right. So that's the spillover effect, that if we were to somehow petition the United States Postal Service, congressional action, and get that incorporated so that all are in uniformity on a postal zip code that it reads San Bernardino, that might be the tool. So I'll leave it to your better mind to kind of figure it out. Also, on the Board of Equalization, I think that we need to somehow get a presentation from them. They have representatives. I sat with a couple. I was informed. I read a lot of backup material when Councilman Mulvihill first suggested this. I think it'd be probably prudent, because I just chatted with my peers to my right. It seems like we always bring this up, but we don't get a final answer. And so I hate to waste additional staff time on kind of goose egg hunts. Can we get maybe a Board of Equalization representative or some white paper from them
we
on
certainly
this
can,
particular issue, and maybe at the budget workshop, incorporate them, give them the time so that they can present to the full council and give us an update on how what that might be.
We can do that. I would just caution two things, though. They will not give you an answer if they come, because they don't have the authority to do that. They have to go through their process, and so they're going to say, well, thank you, we'll take it under advisement. So I think we might be able to get your answer faster, but I do think there's a value to having that BOE presentation, and probably one of the biggest reasons why, as I reported to the council a couple of meetings ago, I'm one of the 13, I think it is, city managers that's on a statewide city manager task force making recommendations to the league on changes, because there are state officials that would like to change the allocation, the sales tax formula and allocation to cities. And so, we are looking at some of their proposals now, and I think that might be a good discussion, because it is much more complex. It's not just, it's not just that you buy something and the sales tax is allocated here. It is allocated very differently based on the type of tax, the type of use it is, and so I think having this council have a good understanding of that may be helpful as we start dealing with some of the legislative proposals that are being made to change that system.
In almost cartoon fashion,
yes,
they have a presentation that I know I've seen on how it's remitted and whatnot. So anyhow, I encourage you to tap that resource. And final point on the logistic warehousing, both Councilman Nickel and Charette bring up valid points on cost benefit, and my final take on that, maybe Mark, you're listening, for SECO, is somehow incorporated on the 300,000 square foot building, or whatever the footprint might be, a retail component. So that way we have will call or pickup opportunities so we can capture that local dollar. And if it's a spend or an outlet or some type of retail operation, it might be just a portion of that 300,000 square foot, like Mattel. Mattel has that retail operation. Then let's enforce or amend our code so that we can have a retail outlet selling roof supplies or whatever it is, so that way we can really capture that local dollar. Thank you.
We have a motion. We have a second. Going for the discussion. City Attorney wanted to come back to the settlement reserve. Really, that's already been directed through the bankruptcy process as to how that's going to be managed.
Correct. It's in the plan.
It's already in the
what
plan.
The distribution
so it really
will be.
isn't.
So all we're doing at this point is liquidating the claims to come up with a dollar amount that the cases are worth, and then they'll be subject to the plan.
And those already come back to the council.
Everything
for some of those settlements.
Everything, if it's over 20,000, it comes to the council. Yes.
Do we have a vote at this time?
The motion to approve item 21 was made by Mr. Nickel. It was seconded by Mr. Mulvihill, and the item passes 7-0.
Thank you. Next item is item number 22. This is a report of the receive and file the audited comprehensive annual financial report of the water department's water, sewer, and sewer collection utilities for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2017.
Go ahead, you come up.
Terry.
Before she does that, though, we are fortunate that we have a whole bunch of the Water Board of Commissioners here, members, and we also have various staff members. And so I thought before Terry actually starts the presentation, it might be helpful if Robin could just walk through, introduce the board, introduce the various, I see Miguel, I see others, so maybe Robin could introduce Team Water, because they're all here tonight.
We are. First, we would like to thank the council, the city attorney's office, the city manager's office, and the mayor for their continuing support in our mission to provide quality water and wastewater services to our ratepayers. I'd like to introduce our board president, Tony Callicott. Can you raise your hand? Our board vice president and former mayor, Judith Faez. Commissioner Wayne Hendricks. I think everybody knows him. I'd like to introduce Miguel Guerrero. He is our director of water utility, does an outstanding job. Another outstanding individual, our Director of Water Reclamation, Kevin Stewart. Both of them are engineers, and so they have to show me how to make those drawings and tell me how things work. Terry Willoughby is our fantastic Director of Finance, and so we appreciate this moment, and we appreciate your ongoing support.
Thank you. Proceed.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. As you know, the City Charter requires the Water Department to have a separate audit and also to have that report annually on file with the City Clerk and City Council. So that's why we're presenting this evening. Our audit was completed in December of 2017 for fiscal year 2016-17. The auditors did a presentation to the Board of Water Commissioners in our January meeting, and we did receive an unqualified opinion. So with that, this is a receive and file item only, so I will give you a few highlights, and I can be happy to answer any questions that you have. For the water fund, we have three funds, actually. There's water, sewer treatment, and as of May 2017, we now have a sewer collection fund. So some of the highlights, in the water fund, we issued bonds last year of $34 million. We also had some major capital projects that were completed. The most notable, as we relocated the customer service staff out of City Hall, we completed a customer service building over on East Street that was complete as of June 30th. In the sewer treatment fund, we also issued debt. As you know, Council approved that last year in about November of 2016, October, November. And we also completed some major projects. One of those major projects was completion of the upgrade of the Arrowhead pump station, and various electrical upgrades. Our comprehensive annual financial report is the first to contain the sewer collection fund, which the Water Department assumed management and control over that on May 1st, 2017. That was transferred from the City Public Works Department. So if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Councilman Nichol.
Yeah, on page 72 of our, or 752 of our agenda packet, that would be page 52 of the report. The changes in net position combined funds. I mean, you look at that chart alone, this was a question that was raised by a number of my constituents on Monday. But you go, you look at 15, 16, then suddenly 17, it explodes, and it looks like we have total contributed capital. Can you explain those numbers a bit, and that significant increase in net position?
Correct. Much of that was due to the transfer of the sewer collections utility, when you look at all funds combined, because it was recorded as a transfer. We had to take all the assets and put them on our books, which is a transfer, and it's contributed capital.
Okay, so that is the vast majority
The vast majority is related to the
transfer
sewer.
of the sewer.
Absolutely.
And that will be an ongoing, so that net position should carry over more or less as we
Well, you'll see that
successive years?
You'll see that one time.
It's a one time.
The transfer is only one time, and then it'll normalize as we continue with normal operations, yes.
Okay. All right.
So when you see the city's financials, you'll probably see a transfer out on the city's books as well.
Okay, and then on the next page, 53, the changes in net position in the water fund. Since 14, we've seen consistent decrease in that position. It's now at a negative. Can you explain that trend that we're seeing on page 53?
Much of that was due to the drought. We had the reduction in consumption over those years. So the rate, we had a rate adjustment that was approved in only 2016-17. However, it had been about 5 or 6 years before the last rate had been approved, any adjustment to the rates. So you'll see a continued improvement in the water fund.
Okay, so costs were going up, revenues
Costs
were
go
going
up.
down.
Mm-hmm. We have continuing operating costs, but the lack of rate adjustment for about 5 or 6 years, plus with the drought, the drop in consumption, and we should see that corrected next year.
Okay, and then
Just to elaborate, part of that is due to the reduction in the production.
Correct.
Right. There was a substantial amount as a result of the drought.
Okay. Page 54, the change of net position in the sewer fund. How do you explain that significant decrease in 17?
This is sewer treatment. So
It says sewer fund. I'm just reading the chart.
yes, they're differentiated. The sewer treatment fund is called the sewer fund in our report, and then there's sewer collections. So, So we had a rate increase we had not had a rate increase for several years. We had a rate increase that took effect in 2016, the prior year, but it was only part of the year, and you'll see again.
So what happened in 17?
That was the second year. So you see.
So page 54?
Correct. In 2016, we had a drop in operating expense, and in 2017, it was kind of an anomaly, and you'll see in 2017, our operating expenses increased.
And what is that attributed to?
Also in fiscal year 2016-17, we had one-time costs from the issuance of debt. So that's a great portion of that.
So that'll be a one-time
That's a one-time
reduction, so we should see that bounce back up
You'll
next
see it
year?
come back up, yes.
Okay. All right. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Valdivia.
Thank you. I certainly appreciate our water commissioners here. Thank you. Thank you for coming and being a part of tonight's discussion presentation. Really appreciate that. And I don't know if this is best for Ms. Willoughby, so thank you, Ms. Willoughby, for your presentation. My concern, I remember the discussion, and I think it was Councilman Nickel, myself, and another councilman here that opposed the rate increases. It was staggered, and I remember that I couldn't quite connect. I think the issue for me was that I could not connect a nexus to the fee increase, and so more of a policy question. I guess I don't know who to direct this to. Is kind of odd. I don't know if it's the water board or if it's us, but what is the what is the plan for cost evaluation on some of the services? Because I am constantly getting at the door individuals who are telling or suggest they're calling or apprehensive and really upset. When they pull out their tax or their water bill from 2.5 years ago, they're seeing quite a significant surge in that sewer collection, sewer treatment fee. And many of the senior citizens are complaining, and some of the residents are saying, Councilman, this is just absurd. And part of it, I think, was the separation of Burtech. No offense to Burtech at all. It was just a clean line of billing separation that we needed to do. But my question is really, what is the cost evaluation process? Who determines that, and how is that evaluated? So that's question number one. And the capital improvement plan that was purported then, well, Councilman, we have sewer pipes and we have pipes busting. What is the progress of capital improvement plans for the sewer pipes and whatnot? And when, if anything, will we get an update from the council as to the health and the progress of those capital improvement plans?
On the first question, we have rate studies that this current year is the last year for sewer collection and sewer treatment, and the largest increase was in the sewer collection utility, which I believe is what you're speaking of. So there's no rate increase forecast as of this time. We will be reevaluating it, and under Proposition 218, we can only collect what actual charges are. Sure. So we'll be going through another study. We have a master plan underway to evaluate the sewer collection system, and we will not be doing any rate study until that's complete.
When is it anticipated to be completed?
I'll let Kevin Stewart, our Director of Water Reclamation, discuss that.
Good evening. The sewer master plan was recently begun approximately 2 months ago, and that should be complete anywhere between a year and a year and a half, depending on the flow monitoring studies based upon the rainfall that we get and don't get, as well as the video collection. They're videotaping the entire collection system to try to determine the condition to create an appropriate capital improvement program.
Thank you.
And regarding the health of the pipes, and what plan do you have regarding that? Is that still to be completed with the master study plan?
That's what the master plan will do.
So it's also a fee and a study of the pipes, or is it study of pipes and the health of the pipes?
It's a study of the condition of the whole system, the pipes and everything. So until we know that, until that's completed, we don't have a good assessment of the system.
All right, and final question is, there's an excess commodity charge for various zones of the city, and residents have complained about, Councilman, the drought has officially been declared gone. Governor Brown has somehow communicated and conveyed his sentiments on the drought. Whether or not that is actually true in the water log annals of our times, is to be determined. So who provides that governance, and who provides recommendations on whether or not those excessive commodity fees, which is, as I understand it, part of the drought, and because of the drought, now you're assessing the extra dollars onto the water bill. So who of your panel can help us understand excessive commodity charges? Do you reevaluate and reassess those fees? And can we somehow pass some savings on to our ratepayers Is now the time, and how do you deliberate that?
I can speak to the fee issue, to the rate issue first, and then I'll let Miguel Guerrero speak to the balance of that question. Council member, at the time we prepared the water rate study, which was approved in 2016, we had a 6-year rate study. However, we only adopted 3 years of rates in order to be able to come back and assess this, post-drought condition of the system and the revenues, and so we will be looking at that and assessing it. That's why we did only the 3 years. And I'll let Miguel speak to the balance of that.
Good evening. Yes, one of the major ones we always get questions about is a replenishment charge.
Right.
Especially because it's tied to State Water Project water. A lot of residents, especially as we were going through the rate studies, they asked about the assessment on their property tax bill. And some of them thought it was coming from the city. But the San Bernardino Municipal Valley Municipal Water District collects and pays what's essentially a mortgage on the State Water Project system, and it's a system that brings down water from Northern California. And everyone who is within their jurisdiction, Valley District, pays a certain percentage based on their property value. And so what that does is that it pays for the mortgage, but then what we do as a water supplier is we have a replenishment charge that we collect to buy as much of that water as possible to replenish the basin up in the foothills. We got 3 main basins where we replenish that are just north of the university: Badger Basin, Waterman Basin, and Sweetwater Basin. So that replenishment charge is for that specifically.
So is it a fallacy and a myth that there is a drought fee or tax on water bills in our city?
There is a surcharge. And
so walk me through the surcharge for the drought. How do you revisit it? Is the drought over? Obviously, water conservation is certainly at the windshield here, and I comprehend that. My concern is that the ratepayer is still somehow handcuffed with these what they would perceive as excessive rates. If there is no drought, then why is it being assessed on my water bill? Now, in some cases, it's as low as 50 to 75 cents to as much as $3-4. But help us understand as a council, when we get those calls, the angry calls from constituents, that oftentimes they never probably call you guys, they call us, maybe. But help us understand, what is that fee, and how is it assessed, and how do you deliberate changing that?
It's really unfortunate that the governor declared the drought over, because as here specifically in this region, locally, the basin, the groundwater basin, which is the sole source of our water supply, is in the worst condition it's been historically. Levels in the groundwater basins at or near or at or below historic lows. So we are very, very much in a drought still. We got some good rain last year. We're not getting anything this year. It takes more than one good rainy season to really get this basin going again. And you put on top of that, the consumption in the basin overall has gone up over the past few decades. So the drought is definitely not over, at least not for this basin. I can tell you that. Now, the surcharges that some of the residents see on their bill, those are directly related to the drought and some of the regulations that the state put into place. The state back in 2014, 2015, they issued an emergency regulation, and then they required all water suppliers to reduce consumption by a certain percentage. Now, that percentage, then, we took that and we started a surcharge and assessed a surcharge for any user that exceeded.
Right.
Yes, compared to their 2013 levels. That remains. And while the drought is claiming to be over, there is more to come. The next step, and there's a couple steps actually, there's a big decade-long plan that the state has initiated that they're calling making conservation a California way of life. And there are just a step of soon-to-be permanent regulations within the next 5 years that would be implemented. The first one is actually permanent restrictions on water use. And they've now delayed that and postponed actually implementing that. And one of those permanent restrictions is watering of medians. So they're looking at that, and they're getting a lot of pushback. Obviously, we've heard some issues with that as well. So that's the first step. The next step is creating sort of a budget-based accounting and holding water suppliers responsible for maintaining certain budgets of water use. They're going to establish indoor water use. They're going to establish outdoor water use. So rather than pulling all those surcharges away and claiming the drought over, we know this is coming, and we wanted to maintain and keep conservation going, although we're not doing all that well, to be honest with you. The governor's claim of the drought being over has really brought up consumption and has really affected the basin and continued to affect it. Just to give you an example, last year in January, we saw a 25% decrease compared to the baseline year of 2013. This January, we saw a 2% increase. That's a significant swing. So people are using more water. It's drier this year, that's for sure, but people are under the assumption that the drought is over. But pretty soon, as soon as we get these additional regulations from the state, it will impact our rate structure, and we will have to adjust and go towards probably a budget-based sort of approach. So that's soon to come.
Some of those surcharges that they're paying are not necessarily set by you in some of those areas where Valley is setting them.
That's right, yes.
So not all the surcharges are actually set by our water department.
Right.
Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you. Valley District, Miguel, this might be a question that you can answer. Valley District requests each year an allotment of water to be provided through the State Water Project for recharge into the basin. Mm-hmm. And what's the percentage that was allocated of the requested amount? What was the percentage that was allotted to Valley District?
Sure. So Valley District, back when State Water Project was established, they bought into a certain amount. So, and it all depends on the available water in Northern California. So the state establishes, DWR, the Department of Water Resources, establishes a certain allocation percentage. So, for example, last year, that allocation percentage was 85%. Valley District is eligible to receive up to 102,000 acre-feet a year of State Water Project water. The amount of that 102,000 acre-feet a year is dependent on the allocation that's set by the state. Last year, we saw one of the highest at 85%. This year, we're currently at 20%. So this year, at 20%, Valley District has access to about 25,000 acre-feet of water, and we purchase as much as we can. The first right for that water goes to the water treatment plants because they've built facilities, infrastructure to utilize that water, and then beyond that, it's open to everyone. Historically, the city of San Bernardino has been the only one to be proactive and actually purchase State Water Project water. However, that is changing now. We have a recently established groundwater council in the region where all water suppliers, all basin producers are obligated to participate and purchase the State Water Project water, which is a great thing for us since we've been doing it historically. It alleviates a little bit of our cost.
So that replenishment capacity went from 85% to 20%, and yet our usage has gone up. And so we're continuing to pull down the basin.
That's right. And Valley District and Western, as the water master for this basin, they do an annual report and they assess the condition of the basin. And at the end of the year, they look at the net. And in the past few years, it's actually been positive because of the reduced consumption and because of all the State Water Project water that's been coming in. It doesn't look like that's going to happen this year unless we get a good amount of rain this year in Northern California. However, that's not forecasted. So.
And I believe part of it is a result also of the snowpack up in the Sierras, which last year was at about 150%.
That's right.
And this year it's close to maybe 33%.
That's right.
So it's a significant amount of reduction that we would then potentially be looking at next year. So this year we've got 20%.
Well,
and next year we don't know what that might be for Valley District.
So what the state does is in around February they put out an initial allocation. And this year, that initial allocation, based on forecasting and whatnot, was 15%. So it's actually increased. 15? 1-5. That was the initial allocation for this year, for this calendar year. They increased it to 20% based on some activity up in Northern California, snow activity, rain activity. It's currently up at 20. It remains at 20. It could potentially go up. but it's not likely.
Thank you.
Yes.
This is a receive and file. Any, Councilman Nichol?
A couple more quick questions, and I want to thank the city manager. I think I sent you a couple emails, so thanks for addressing some of those concerns. But to pull out one of them that is consistently brought to my attention every year, looking at packet page 777, which would be page 77 of the report. Perhaps you can refresh my memory on the methodology in which we establish the zone fees, especially as pertains to zones 3 and 4. It's a pretty odd matrix that we have here, where we sort of see numbers increasing for most of the zones over the years, and then we actually see them decreasing for zone 4, and actually significantly less than, or somewhat less than zone 3, and definitely less than zone 2. My understanding is each of these zones is essentially they're based on elevation, correct?
It's actually based on demand. I actually have we put an item after my report last year, and there were questions about the elevation zone. We added a piece to our website under the rates to provide more information. I have actually copies of that.
Okay, that would be helpful, because I get hammered on this every year because most of my constituents are in the zones that have significantly higher rates, and people talk and they compare water bills.
Right, and I think
I don't have a good way of explaining
this. So this is actually on the Water Department's website, and they can go and look at that, but there's copies for you. It's based on not just elevation, but on demand, which is explained in there.
Okay,
so there's a little difference.
One other quick question, packet page 782. On the sewer collection rates, obviously, this is my understanding, this first year that our sewer collection utility will be under the Water Department, but I do have a question on the multifamily charges. What is the basis of that monthly charge and that usage charge? It's what, HCF, what does that stand for?
100 cubic feet.
Okay, 100 cubic feet. And how does that measured? We have a way of monitoring that, essentially?
Yes, and I'll let Kevin speak to that.
Absolutely. It's a ratio of the amount of water usage. So there's a standard ratio depending on the type of residence. If it's a single-family home, it's a portion that is attributed to irrigation, and the remainder is used and then sent back into the sewer collection system. Okay.
And so basically the rationale for those significantly lower charges is that they would not, how would that tie to a sewer rate, though? My understanding is that a multifamily building would perhaps have greater greater outflows, and that you would need to accommodate that in your rate structure, but it's a significant reduction in terms of the rate we're charging in terms of the monthly charge. So I see here, our typical residential currently is $9.45, goes to $18.90 for a duplex, $28.35, and then it drops down to $20.95 once you get 4 or more units. And I think one of the challenges we have as a city, of course, is a lot of multifamily. How does that really shake out in terms of actual revenue collection?
So that's $2.95 per unit.
That's per unit?
And whereas the $9 is a flat amount per residence.
And how about for 2 units and 3 unit apartments?
That's correct.
No, how is that fee? Is that $18.90 applied to the entire duplex, or is that per unit?
This would be the entire.
That's the $28.35 is the 2-unit complex.
It's a 3-unit complex.
I'm sorry, 3-unit.
So that's for all 3 units?
Yes.
So divided among those 3 units? So you
Correct.
divide the 28.35?
So instead of $9, you're paying the $28.35.
For all 3?
Mm-hmm.
So, and that would be about $9 per unit. Then, once you get 4 more, then it drops down to $2.95
Correct.
per
And that's
unit.
per unit.
How do you make those, how are those rates established? And a lot of the concerns I have is, you know, it seems to me that we're sort of subsidizing a lot of multifamily. At least that's the perception that I get from certainly my constituents. How do we ensure there's equity here? What is the process that is used in terms of rate
a consultant that is experienced in the industry. They do the same procedures they do for water and sewer treatment, but however, this is sewer collection. So they look at the usage they take all the usage data that's billed, and then they review all that to make sure it's equitable.
Okay.
Across
So
the
it
process.
was pointed out to me this does appear somewhat inequitable, that we're sort of using single-family residents to, in some ways, subsidize some of the multifamily, and it gets to more of a core issue that I think we're addressing in terms of overall demands for service and so forth. And
I will leave my business cards here
Okay.
in case that you have constituents that have these kinds of questions. I'd be happy to speak to them.
Okay, that would be helpful. Thank you. We don't need a motion.
This is just receive and file.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the Water Department's attention and your participation this evening, and thank you for that report. Next is item number 23. This is to adopt a resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, directing the city manager to initiate action to establish an additional tow carrier to the city's tow carrier rotation.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This item is essentially the authorization from you to initiate, for us to initiate an RFP process to bring on an additional carrier on with the city's tow service agreement. Our existing tow service agreement with our 6 carriers has been in place. Essentially, the current agreement is in 2016. The first agreement under this 5-year agreement was 5 years earlier, 2011. For many, many years, the formula has been 1 carrier per 35,000 residents. Essentially, when the city surpassed 210,000 people, it would have been appropriate to have brought on or consider bringing on a 7th carrier at that time. This is essentially that action to initiate that process and do it. We will do assuming it's approved tonight, we will start the process immediately. We anticipate in April, potentially coming back to the council with the item to add the 7th carrier, assuming there's a qualified carrier within the city that meets all the requirements of the TSA. And the term will be to complete the remainder of the existing 5-year term that the other 6 carriers are on.
So it would not extend it 5 years for the new carrier. It would just pick
The idea would be to have all of our carriers, assuming we add a 7th carrier, to have all of them on the same cycle, 5-year cycle.
Thank you. Councilman Nickel?
I would simply like to move to approve this item.
Councilman Valdivia?
Thank you. I see also that there's item number 27 on the calendar for discussion. Is that going to be continued? Irrespective of how we vote this?
Well, yes. At least at this point, they've agreed to continue the item until the next meeting. They may choose to move forward depending on what happens on this.
On item number 23, I don't know if it's Chief or Andrea, so the question's to either. How long will it take for you to initiate action to establish an additional tow carrier?
Go ahead.
So again, we will, assuming you pass this tonight, we will start the process immediately. The timeline that we have laid out, I just had some dates written down here. We anticipate by March 12th we will actually issue the RFP. That week it will also hit the paper. It will take 2 weeks to wait for the proposals to come back. And by April 2nd, we anticipate the police department will have completed the process to evaluate those, and the recommendations will be made to the city manager at that time.
Who is overseeing? Is it our purchasing department or procurement policy? And what type of guardrails are in place so that we have not just someone hanging around? How open will this be to the public?
This will be very open to the public, and we're going to use the same standards you've already established. So some time ago, the council established standards that they would be required to meet. We will publish that as widely as we possibly can to receive applications. But remember, there are certain things that they have to be able to do, like having local facility space and things of that nature. But we would want to do this as quickly as possible. The other thing, just to reiterate, we would propose that once this is in place, that this run the same time frame as the existing agreement, so that ultimately all 7 would be up for renewal again or further consideration again. So it would not be the same time period as the other ones that you've already authorized.
So it would. So if in fact it was decided or approved that we add the 7th carrier, that the term would end on the same as the other 6. And what is the public necessity for an additional tow carrier? I mean, is it just population driven?
The existing language in the TSA requires or calls for 1 carrier per 35,000 people, and that's been in the TSA, I believe, since the 90s.
All right. And is there? I mean, my other question is, do you have some type of report on your tows? I mean, we have traffic department. As far as I understand, the policing traffic enforcement division has been cut. We don't have enough motorcycle cops out there. At one time, we had 10 to 13. What is our current number of motor cops in our city?
We have 8, including the detective and the sergeant. And they're all part of the specialized enforcement team, which is a team of far more. They're incorporated into a very large.
But how many actually patrol our streets daily?
8.
8. And at what time did we have? What was the number initially, or back 10 years ago? Do you have a reference?
The highest during the term of my career has been 14.
All right. So the 14 was the peak, and now we have 8. And including the sergeant, administrative captains, or lieutenants or sergeants, are they also out on patrol?
I'm sorry, I don't follow you.
Are they also the number that you say 8?
The 8 would be 6 police officers, 1 detective, 1 sergeant, all assigned to the traffic unit, all motor qualified, all out on the streets at any given time.
And the sergeant and the detective, do they have any other responsibilities on top of traffic enforcement?
Yeah, the sergeant has to supervise the unit. He has some administrative responsibilities, and the detective has some investigative responsibilities.
Okay. I would hope that there's a nexus. I mean, the backup report was not it was lacking. I didn't see the public need for it. I just saw a phrase. It's essentially a good page of information. I was hoping to have a little bit more of actual tows and the need for it. I just don't want to somehow have an additional tow authorized and we don't have enough tows. As I understand it, there's the tow yards, have commented that the tows aren't, they're not seeing quite the numbers. And my other apprehension is the franchise fee. I mean, Andrea, you and I have spoken about it in private. What if anything, are we revisiting those fees as well?
We are continuing to monitor the types of tows. We can certainly provide tow data to you. In fact, we've talked internally. You're starting to see changes in the way we report information. So now you're getting a customer service report, so you know the calls to the call center. One of the other areas we are working to improve is the type of crime data, enforcement data, and statistics, so that you have a sense of how the departments are performing. We can certainly provide the number of tows to you. This item really is related to the fact, though, that our practice has been historically that we use these population thresholds, and that's the standard that you've used previously. So we wanted to revisit this with you and give you an opportunity, given the fact that that's how the other carriers have been added over the years. We want to give you the opportunity to do that again in this case. But we can certainly provide some tow data relative to this. With respect to the franchise fee question that you asked me, we have been monitoring, looking at what are those things that are not truly the type of tows we envisioned under this agreement. And we may make some recommendations to you in the near future. But again, this item was related to the question that was raised to us about haven't we previously when we get to that population next threshold, haven't we recommended? And the answer has been yes, and that's why we wanted to bring this to you quickly.
I appreciate that. Would now be the time to revisit and address this as a policy matter when that approval or the process comes back for final approval? Can we direct you to study the franchise fee as well as part of this?
You certainly can.
Commission
but remember, you have a 5-year agreement with the existing tow carriers. So we are in a 5-year agreement. We would strongly recommend that this carrier be subject to that same agreement with the same kinds of standards, really just trying to be fair to all the carriers that are providing service in the city. But we currently have a 5-year agreement, and I want to say we're in year 3 or year 2.
We entered into it in 2016, so it goes through 2021.
So we do have a ways to go. My consistent refrain is that the two issues, and you know them, Andrea,
right.
Is what are we doing about the big RVs that are left out on the street, and many of the homeless or individuals, literally, it's a shell, it's a case that they're just living in on wheels. It maybe has a license plate attached or glued or somehow affixed to it, but at the end of the day, they create nuisance behaviors in our neighborhoods.
Right.
And so my apprehension is, and I can't somehow just, I'm leaning towards no on this, if I can't get assurance that somehow we're providing a bin, a disposal bin, to our tow carriers, including whoever the next tow carrier might be if it's approved. How are they, I mean, this is a public and health and safety issue.
Now, I'm going to have Paul address the number.
Well, I'm not done. Hold on, okay. I'm not done. So my apprehension is this, that not only on top of the recreational vehicles that the tow carriers have to remove off the street, because part of the contract says, when the police calls, you got to come, no questions asked. Remove it, please, get off our streets. Public right-of-way, and many of these RVs or boats or trailers are just left on the public street. And so that's my apprehension. If you can commit that we can provide them reduced costs so that it doesn't eat their bottom line. Many of these tow carriers are losing business because of that.
So to address, following our conversation, to address this, we have used the Quality of Life program and some of our other agreements with Vertex. So I think they should see a reduction in things that are clearly junk that they're being asked to deal with. Now, I don't know about providing them a bin. I think we're handling it different ways. With respect to the numbers, this captain can walk through those. He does apparently have some data on, and hopefully it's the data that you're looking for, on the number of tows that we're doing. But again, we have not seen the number of shells of vehicles and things because we're trying to deal with those in other ways through our agreements with Vertec and some of our other sources to remove trash and debris, much like we're doing in other areas of the community.
So the way it sounds to me, Ms. Miller, is how I interpret your comments is that our tow carriers are not being called by the police department, and that these RVs or trash trailers or whatever out on the junk on public streets and private property, tow carriers are not being tapped. Is that right?
Yes, but I don't want to give you a blanket absolutely yes. I think what we're trying to do is be very judicious and say, if this is truly something that's a piece of junk that needs to be removed, we're trying to remove that. If it is a vehicle, so they may argue, hey, there was too much of it, you should have just taken it as trash. So they may have a different perspective, but we are more and more trying to use our other resources to address some of those situations.
And not tapping the tow carrier. Right. Okay. Yeah. If that truly is the sentiment, is that a protocol or policy change on your part?
It's really just us trying to look at what it is that we're towing, and we have had some very good discussions with Vertec about really returning to us taking on some of the obligations that were shifted to them, and then helping, and them in exchange helping us with some of the dumping and the things that we are seeing in the community. And realistically, under our prior system, we were being charged for all those call-outs by Vertec. So we've shifted some. Tricia's had some very good conversations with Vertec so that we're really trying to get people back in their lanes.
Fine.
You do trash stuff
right.
because you have the equipment and the ability to deal with trash. We'll deal with some of the landscaping, and I think that has helped some of the tow situations. Doesn't mean it's cured the situation, but I think it's helped some of those. And if you want to walk through the statistics.
To accompany that, I don't have the exact numbers at the moment. I didn't compare with those. I will get them for you. But to accompany the RV from the right-of-way, there are other methods that have been brought to our tow companies recently, such as the junk slip.
Good.
So
Thank you.
that they have but that's been available for years. And a few of them have taken advantage of it, and a few of them haven't. So at my last tow meeting, we brought that up. Okay. There's mechanisms involved there. There's also a mechanism that one of the tow companies has a connection with a smashing yard to take the vehicle there and have it smashed. So the overall number of abandoned vessels and abandoned RVs, last time I looked, did not reach that substantial amount of number. It was less than 25 for the 6-month period in which I had looked. And a majority of those were code enforcement related due to the fact that they go onto the property and in the backyard is usually some
Private property, typically.
Correct, yes. So, but I will provide you with the numbers, the tow numbers, as far as they go. You had mentioned about the requirements for the bid when it goes out, and all those are located in Exhibit A,
okay.
Relating back to 2005-286 resolution. And so within those requirements, they will all be on the bid sheet, line items on the bid sheet, that you agree to this, this, and then there will also have to be an inspection of the facility, in order to make sure that they meet those minimum requirements as part of the process for vetting the whoever it is, whichever company it is that is offered the bid.
Regarding the 2005 resolution that's in the Exhibit A, perhaps maybe Ms. Miller is, I don't know, who would oversee the process and the bid process? I mean, seriously, if we're using an antiquated, and I would call it 2005, pre-bankruptcy that caused some bankruptcy issues in our city, and if we're using that protocol or policy, have you revisited and confined it or provided some type of guardrails additionally that would somehow stave off some irregularities on this bid process?
Jolena?
We actually updated it in 2011. That was when the new agreement went. Has a lot of the same criteria in it, but it was updated in 2011. It was extended in 2016.
Right.
If you look at the 2011 contract, the exhibits will have the criteria set out, and the selection process is set out.
You're referring to 2011-80?
Yes.
Okay.
And it specifically says, how they're supposed to give notice of inviting bids and all of that. It's all set out in that resolution.
Okay. And finally, the number of recreational vehicles, I appreciate that, Captain Williams. It's not necessarily the number. It certainly has a part of the equation of my concern, but it's the weight. So, for instance, if we have a significant amount of boats that are occasionally called out, I've been to these tow yards, and they're literally chopping them. I mean, it takes them weeks to chop down abandoned boats or trailers or whatnot. Think of the cost to the actual retail or the business owner of that tow yard. And that's where I'm going with. How are we best partnering with them? We understand that private industry knows best on how to eliminate and get rid of the blight. But I don't want to somehow create more spillover unintended consequences for our tow operators, be it the 6 or the addition of one. I'm just saying, Ms. City Manager, please, let's work with our tow operators. We need to have reduced fees. I think the stolen vehicle fee, I don't know if that's ever been resolved here. I'm glad to see, Paul, that you suggested that the smashing yards and the provisions on a slip, and there's a simple checkbox that the patrolman can I highlighted that to you in our conversation several months ago. These are important tools. If we could just make sure that protocols and policies that you, Ms. City Manager, can somehow provide direction to staff, that really, those attention to details really could help bridge the gap between tow operators going out of business and potential new operators coming in to want business.
I think one of the things that's helping too is the captain's meeting with them regularly
Great.
and sharing information
Great.
so that, we did have some that were not using the junk slips, reinforcing to them, if you use these, this helps you. Here's a solution that another tow carrier, I think we can help by providing some of that information.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Councilman Schrupp.
I'm looking at the math of 35,000 versus, and we're just really based on our current population, we're just up 6,000 over the 210. 210 is exactly 6 times 35,000, and we're jumping to 245,000 based on 35,000 times 7 carriers. How does that work? And it doesn't make sense to me. I would think that the 6 current ones would love to divide up those extra 6,000 people or 6,000 residences, and it seems like we should have a benchmark of, like 70% of the additional 35,000 or something like that. That's a number I'm grabbing out of the air.
So again, it's not detailed like that in the existing tow service agreement. The existing language says 1 carrier per 35,000 resident, and the historical interpretation has been as soon as you exceed. So when you had 35,000, you had 1 carrier. This was long before we had carriers, but technically 35,000 and 1 person would initiate the action to bring the second carrier on. So you're right. Multiplying 35,000 by 6 is 210,000. The second the city went to 210,000 and 1 person, it could technically have initiated this practice of adding the 7th carrier.
And just as a
so
reminder,
are we obligated based on the words or the
as a reminder, this was an inquiry from the public, and our practice has been. That's why we're bringing this back to you, because that was a correct statement that our practice has historically been that as soon as we received 1 over, we added that additional carrier.
I don't support that.
I understand that, but it was raised, and so we brought this item forward because it was raised that has been our practice, and that's what the agreement and the language is.
Okay, well, I have a real problem with that because it seems to me there should be a higher benchmark over the one. I get we've got it in the language, but maybe that's our fault for not considering that or not changing that sooner. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Well, I don't feel real good about it right now. We're putting on another carrier for 6,000 more people, population, which is going to diminish the amount of business opportunity for the other 6. Correct? I mean, it's going to be divided now equally between 7 rather than 6 for just 6,000 more population.
And I would just note we don't have 2017 population. Our latest population figures are 16, but yes.
Right. I understand, and that's probably a fluid number. It's probably not.
Well, each year it's adjusted.
When is the next census? Is that?
Oh, well, census is every 20 years. But remember,
10 years, right?
10 years.
10 years.
But we
on even numbers, is that it? 10, 20, 30?
Right. But these are based on other, have state numbers that we can use for situations like this.
Okay, thank you.
You said you've been meeting with the tow truck operators?
We have an annual meeting with the tow truck carriers, and that
is there any pushback from the existing to add another?
There hasn't been any verbalized to me.
So there doesn't seem to be any objection to the current existing to add
I have
another
not
one?
specifically asked them if they object. In the meeting, I had mentioned that part of the TSA, the tow service agreement, mentions that this opportunity, it has happened in the past and is there, and so I did not get the pushback then. We also discussed multiple other things in the meeting, everything from the junk card, as Councilman Valdivia talked about, on up to response times, etc.
And the fee schedule, is there any
the fee schedule
major reservations on the part of the carriers to?
Yeah, the fee schedule is well established and agreed to when we negotiated the existing TSA with carriers.
Correct. Thank you. Councilman Valdivia.
Ms. Miller, I'm getting some inconsistent, maybe, understanding. I just heard that you're saying that there was a regular interaction with the tow carriers, and now I'm just hearing that there's an annual meeting. So I need to know.
Meets annually with them, but we have tried to reach out because you've brought to my attention people. So as people have issues, we're trying to be more accessible. You raised some particular issues with the tow carrier. So again, we're trying to meet with them when they have issues.
So it's on those particular issues that you've met more regularly?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, to try to address some of the concerns that you raised with me.
Is there any more, there's a firm out of Fresno or Bakersfield. It's called the Lean Machine, for whatever reason. It's the Lean Machine. And they contract, as I understand, with tow yards to do lean processing and servicing and whatnot and all this. And the statistics at Lean Machine, as I recall, suggest that there's quite a number of tow yards going belly up because of the excess fees and regulations, not only by local municipalities and jurisdictions, but also the constant wanton, well, I would say abuse of our state legislatures, adding additional, and no offense to our local police department, it's all, you guys have state law to follow and traffic laws, and I get that, but it all emanates from the State House. And so, as I understand it, and had conversations with Lean Machine and others and trying to synthesize data, the Lean Machine shared that many municipalities in these tow yards, they're going belly up. These operators cannot somehow be updating constantly new requirements from CHP and additional burdensome requirements that on their tow vehicles. It's just, we need to really make sure that we're prudent here, that if we add an additional tow yard, I would hate to see one of our local businesses close because of what Mr. Charette would allude to is almost the dilution of services, so that the tow yards are now, okay, great, we have a 7-tow company, but now do we have in my words, not yours, Fred.
No, I don't.
But my issue is, is this an unintended consequence of possibly putting these 6 in jeopardy of losing their business? So, and that's almost a legal, I would think, charge that they might have.
Well, we negotiated this agreement with them. They agreed to the 35,000 population threshold. They've agreed to all the franchise fees. And if for some reason it doesn't make business sense to them, there's no requirement that they have to be on the tow rotation list. They all want to be on the tow rotation list. So if it's not penciling out for them, they can do something different.
And in fact, remember, part of the reason why this was brought forward to you is because a speaker was representing someone who wants to be on the list and was correct and brought to our attention that our past practice has been every 35,000, and that's why we're revisiting this with you again and giving you the opportunity to provide some direction to us. But it was really because we apparently have other operators in the city that want to do this.
And we also had a threat of litigation. We discussed it thoroughly in closed session. I'm not going to tell you what we discussed in closed session, but that is another factor as to why we started looking at the 35,000 threshold.
The cost-benefit analysis, final comment, and I'll let democracy win up here, I guess, is if we were to add the 7th tow carrier, would it almost, and this is your bucket,
right,
but it comes into my mind, if in fact we're still paying a bill with BirdTech to remove this or somehow contract with BirdTech to dispose of some of these 25 trailers and trash off the street that the tow carriers normally were called for, would it almost be prudent on a cost basis analysis to tap the 7th tow carrier to just isolate tow pickups on the public right-of-way and some of those big, huge RVs?
Well, we would be concerned about relying on one person, and I do want to make sure we're completely clear about something. We have not entered into an agreement with Vertex so that they're removing those. There are certain services that they are required to provide to us under our agreement, and so we're trying to, where it's truly junk, doesn't have wheels, and we are trying to use that service more frequently and address some of the concerns. So it is not as though we've engaged Vertex and we're paying some cost to do this, and the carriers are no longer responsible for that. But we are trying to look at what we have and what needs to be removed. If we were to tap one carrier with dealing with things that are abandoned, we're really finding, as the captain said, 25, even if we were to do that, it's 25 in a 6-month time period. So I don't know how that one carrier would feel about just having those. I don't see any change to the police department nor our revenues. We aren't going to be able to tow more vehicles because we're adding a 7th carrier. So this is not a change that I see to the city, and it's probably not going to change our costs either. This is simply adding another road carrier to the rotation. So I don't see our costs going up or down, or our revenues going up or down based on this change.
Sure.
I would just like to add that in relation to the agreement that we have entered into with them and the numbers that they're aware of, the 35,000, that we've heard from no toll carriers tonight opposing this. So I think that's significant for the council, taking into consideration as well.
Councilman Nickel.
Yeah, I was just going to make that point, that I haven't heard any opposition from any of the existing operators as well. And I think given that this is consistent with the approach we've used in the past, I think this is the appropriate action to take. So I'm going to continue to support this, and I would urge my colleagues to do the same. I think this is the right decision to make, given the circumstances. Thank you.
We have a motion and a second, so please cast your votes.
On item 23, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Nickel, the second by Mr. Mulvihill, and the item passes 6 votes for and 1 abstention from Mr. Valdivia.
Councilman Mishra.
Yeah, I'd like to explain my vote. I voted in favor of this, and it's really because I've been involved with this tow issue for a number of years here, and it's been real up and down and real difficult to deal with for various reasons. But in the past, and I think there was a good point made. I'm not sure who made it. I think maybe you did, Henry. In the past, I would have been inundated with phone calls from existing tow companies about this item, and in that they're not even here represented in one way at all, and they have agreed, as mentioned, that they've agreed to this. Had I been maybe contacted by anybody prior to this, I might have had a different attitude, but I haven't seen any indication of opposition by the current tow company, so I wanted to kind of explain, after saying what I said about not supporting it, why I did indeed support it.
All right. Next is item number 24, the item we've all been looking forward to.
Thank you, Mayor.
The report by Councilman Mulvihill.
Now I've had printed up in your agenda packet all the issues that SCAG has been looking at, and if you have any questions, please let me know about them. But I do want to say there's a serious issue that is coming up, and we should be aware of it. The expensive housing in California. I gave a presentation to the workshop held by the Leonard Transportation Center at Cal State a couple of weeks ago. The price of housing in California is 2.5 times the average in the rest of the country. And along the coast, it's over 3 times. I have show the graphics. Even during the early part of this millennium, when housing sales were just skyrocketing, housing construction was skyrocketing. Along the coast, it was flat. They're simply not building housing. Yet if you look where the jobs are, it's along the coast. And of course, SCAG is looking at, it's a transportation problem. So the housing is going up in the inland areas, for example, which is fine for us. But the point is, if they're building more housing where the jobs were, there'd be less of a transportation problem. And of course, there's people, that absolutely need the accessibility. The nurses and the public safety employees and the teachers and so forth that really can't afford to live out in Victorville and Barstow and travel all the way to Orange County or LA County, etc. And so the state is taking a closer look at the regional housing needs allocation, the RHNA allocation, that used to come out every 5 years, now comes out every 8 years because of the Sustainable Communities strategy that's become available. And so I just wanted to point out a couple of bills that are in the Assembly and the Senate. One that is basically focusing on cities achieving their RHNA allocation. And so the first one, and it's the only one that has been really broken out, it's 1759. And basically what it looks at is the regional housing needs allocation, and it bases the allocation for the SB1, in other words, the transportation tax, gas tax increase, and the allocation to local jurisdiction is going to be based on fulfillment of the RHNA allocation. There's a sliding scale that's on page, the second page of that, which really seems that it's looking at 2 or 3 decades in the future to actually fulfill the RHNA allocation. But just, you can go ahead and read it in more thoroughly yourself. But basically, it's focusing on the RHNA allocation as a pivot point for receiving your SB1 allocation. And the recommendation from SCAG is that one of the objections to the passage of SB1 was the fact that the funds really wouldn't be used for transportation. And this is no more than a fulfillment of that. It's being used for leverage, for housing. And so, and there's a couple other things. It threatens SB1. There's a lot of movement that they want to repeal SB1, and this does nothing else but encourage that. So take a look at that. And the other two,
Councilman, before you leave that, it's this something that we should be taking up as a potential letter that we might want to submit, so that if the council has consensus of objecting to this, and because the SCAG is opposing it, I believe, is that correct?
It could be something very well.
Is it something that SCAG would be reaching out to us to have a support for their position?
They didn't mention that, but it surely is something that they should consider, is getting more backing from it. Yeah. And maybe we can talk about that more later on.
So this is a bill that has been put forward in the Assembly, but it hasn't been approved at this stage?
No.
All right.
And it's, again, I think the greater the opposition to it that's recognized, the less likely it's going to be passed.
Thank you. Yeah. So is it in the analysis that you've done that we would be disadvantaged?
Oh, definitely.
If this were to pass.
Mark, how are we doing on the RHNA allocation?
We would be disadvantaged. And other cities would be threatened, and we have other cities that will be traveled to and so.
See, the overarching issue with regard to the housing market is that the city doesn't build housing. We have to wait for developers to propose housing. And so the fact that we don't meet the allocation that the State Department of Housing and Community Development gives us is not reflective of the fact that we don't want the housing. It's just the fact that it hasn't been proposed. Go ahead, Mark. How are we doing on RHNA?
Well, I think the city manager said it right. We would definitely be disadvantaged under this proposed bill.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe we could put together a letter.
Yeah, that's the consensus of the council. We will send a letter.
Good. Okay.
All right. Councilman Nichol.
Yeah, and I took some time over the weekend to review. There was actually a conference held on February 8th, and I was quite concerned when I heard some of the comments being made among some of the representatives from our state legislature regarding this and some other bills. So I would, I think it would be wise for us to get ahead of this. This was a Capital Weekly housing crisis discussion dated February 8th. It was on the California Channel over the weekend, but it's available online. I was, quite frankly, stunned by what I was hearing coming from these so-called experts in Sacramento that are to the point where they're actually considering just totally ignoring any local control and imposing housing construction on jurisdictions, regardless of what your local planning commissions or otherwise may feel is appropriate or not.
Let me get to a couple of the Scott.
So anyway, I completely agree, and I would support a letter of opposition to this.
The global solution is the fact that there needs to be more housing, especially along the coastal areas. California as a whole has been short approximately 100,000 homes for the last 25 years. So now we're about 2.5 million homes short. And so, again, the average price across California is 2.5 times the national average, and it's over 3.5 times along the coastline. And we're losing people. People aren't coming to California simply because of that. And with regard to, although California is growing, it's not growing because of interstate migration. If you look at interstate migration, California is losing population. And it's been losing population for at least 2 decades. But we're gaining population because of a high natural increase and also immigration to California from outside the country. The other two bills that I wanted to mention were Scott Wiener. You remember Wiener's SB 35 last year that passed. Essentially, what it did, if an infill development met basic local development standards, and also there were a number of criteria that went along with that, then the city could not put up any kind of public review or environmental review for this. And there's a lot of qualifications for it, and I think the really killer is that it relied on the living wage, not the living wage, but not the CPI, but what's the prevailing wage? I don't mean the prevailing wage. That was one of the criteria that the prevailing wage had to be met. This year, what Senator Wiener has done is he's putting some teeth into what SB 35 was last year. He's proposed SB 827, and basically it would prohibit cities from limiting heights of buildings lower than 35 feet, 45 feet, that's 5 stories, or 85 feet, 8 stories, within associated a major transit stop, within a half mile of a major transit stop, or a quarter mile of a high-quality transit corridor. And a major transit stop is a site containing an existing rail transit or an intersection of 2 or more major bus routes. So where there's a lot of opportunities in San Bernardino, for example. A high transit corridor, and that's defined in the California Government Code, a corridor with a fixed route bus service that has service intervals no more than 15 minutes during peak commute hours. So we have major transit corridors here. And so what SB 827 would prohibit cities from limiting discretion on buildings of 5 stories or 8 stories within a half mile or a quarter mile of these major transit stops or high transit corridors. Also, it would eliminate the city having any parking minimums. So you'd have high-density housing, and you wouldn't have any parking minimums for that. which could create problems. You know, in a theoretical sense, well, you want to try to eliminate cars in cities and get people riding mass transit, but obviously this might not be the best way of going about doing that, simply for the... But, you know, the problem, of course, is that SB 35 last year was looked upon as being, it's going to be difficult to pass it. It did pass. And again, there's increasing concern in Sacramento that local jurisdictions are holding up housing construction. And so they're looking at forcing local jurisdictions. And face it, cities, local governments are creatures of the state. We get our authorities from the state. And so not necessarily us, but definitely the coastal counties, which have a lot of the power, et cetera, and so forth, really need to look into this. Now, the other of Scott Wiener's proposals is SB 828, which depends on RENA. Essentially, there's several criteria, is that every 8 years, it used to be every 5 years, a RENA allocation is given, and most jurisdictions don't match their RENA allocation. They don't have enough housing being proposed. Well, that's never been carried over. Under 828, that the lack of meeting your last RENA allocation would be carried over to the next allocation. So it would build up over time. And also, it proposes that cities right now have to plan for 100% of the RENA allocation. What SB 828 proposes is that cities have to plan for 200% of the RENA allocation, among other things. I just wanted to mention those things in particular. If you have any questions about or comments about the other items that are on here. Also, the 5 propositions that are going to be on June's ballot, I've got that listed on here as well. So if you're interested in what's going to be on the June ballot, I've got them tacked onto this one as well. Yeah.
Councilman Charette.
Tell me what our letter of opposition would be in a nutshell. It'd be opposing that we just talked about, that we believe, I think we believe we have consensus.
7059.
It would be taking exception to tying the requirement that you need in allocations in order to receive funding that was already allocated to the cities under SB1, which was approved by voters.
So it definitely puts us at a disadvantage if it passes.
So this is legislation that was intended to help cities rebuild their communities, and it's money that was dedicated to roadways, and so to put in a barrier that requires us to meet certain standards. And I understand the reason process, but I think what I heard the council say is you're opposed to them adding an additional layer so we have to somehow meet our RENA allocation in order to be able to receive the SB1 allocation that we already.
So in a way, it's a clawback in a way. I mean, in a way, but they're just disguising it. They're disguising the clawback.
Yeah, and they're strong. You know, they're strong arming of local jurisdictions.
The other two that you issued, did you?
828.
Yeah, sounds like maybe that should be explored as to the possibility of opposing those also.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
You can add that.
Council, did that complete your report?
Yeah, I'm done. Thank you. Unless I'm going to go on, there's others we could go through.
No.
Councilor Valdivia.
This might be, can we see the letter before you, maybe just put it on consent, bring it back. I don't think there's any objection, but I do have questions on ARENA. What is the acronym? And so, Senate bill, what is it, or Assembly bill?
No, it's AB.
No, I know the SB1, but you're saying AB 759. Has it passed committee, or is it still in deliberation? So maybe it's a little bit too premature, but if it passes, which would be, yeah, I don't think it's passed yet. But would you? I mean, why not object it and then still write if it were to pass? Okay, all right. But I'd like to see it in consent, just as a. I'd like to see it. It's just just put it back on consent, and that way we can approve it, and there's no deadline, and we can review it and be happy with it, and here we go. So, good job, Jim.
other questions for Councilman Mulvihill? All right, our next item is a public hearing. This public hearing is now open. Recommendation is to adopt a resolution of the mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, approving a parking lease agreement for the Andresian Building located at the 320 North East Street and Enterprise Technology Alliance. I don't have any public speaking cards on
I would
this
like
issue.
to move to approve this item.
Second.
We have a motion to approve and second to close the hearing.
And part of the reason why there may be a quick motion and second is this is really ditto what you did. It was really just a timing issue with the close of escrow and expiring. So that would be the reason why there was, I think, such quick motion. We're excited that the building's been purchased and they're moving forward.
Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Alan, I think I just saw you earlier. If you're here, wave your hand. Thank you for believing in our city. I know you and I met about a year and a half ago, and you believed in our city. You believe in our city, and I guess it's love at first sight. Does he have to be sworn in to make a couple of comments? No?
I mean, he's just talking about his project.
Okay, well, do you want to share anything with us before we wrap it up?
If you want to come on up, he actually did drive all the way up from San Diego, so I think he would like to say a few words. Even though the motion has been approved, the item's been approved.
You can stand right there with
Mark. You can stand right there.
Thank you. You're probably not used to people being excited to come to city council meetings, but I'm very excited to be here. It's been just under a year and a half since we started this journey. And it's been quite a struggle. I feel like I've been, going along with the city during this struggle as you all have really brought the city up as well. And just listening to the difference in the discourse and items up before the city council today versus the last time I was here, it's really amazing. And hats off to you guys, really, for bringing the city forward. I want to compliment you.
Well, thank you, Ellen. You missed the fireworks 2 weeks ago. I think you would probably had a different tone.
There's always
we thank Councilman Marquez for bringing that back to our attention.
We were relishing in his comments.
Thank you for being here, and we'll see you soon, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So please cast your votes.
On item 25, the motion to approve is made by Mr. Nichol, the second by Mr. Charette, and the item passes 7-0.
Thank you. The next item is also a public hearing. This public hearing is now open. This is the formation of Assessment District 1056 for the cost of landscape maintenance in the Magnolia Avenue and Garfield Street area relative to tract number 16502. The purpose of this is to conduct a public hearing on the proposed formation of the Special Assessment District to be known as Assessment District 1056 located in Magnolia. To adopt a resolution of the City of San Bernardino determining the existence of less than a majority protest that ballots submitted in favor of the assessment exceed the ballots submitted in opposition to the assessment and the public convenience and necessity require the maintenance of landscaping and detention basin located in the Magnolia Avenue and Garfield Street area. Approving the final engineer's report, creating an assessment district to cover the cost of said maintenance, known as Assessment District 1056, ordering the work, confirming the 2018-2019 assessment roll, and determining that the Special Assessment Investigation Limitation and Majority Protest Act of 1931 shall not apply.
Move for approval. Second. With the comment.
City Manager?
I just want to make sure we don't have any speakers.
I have no speaker slips. City Attorney, or City Clerk?
Were there any speakers?
There are no speakers.
Mayor, just a procedural issue. What we need to do is have you close the hearing and then have her tabulate the ballots.
Before we vote?
We need to make a determination that there's no majority protest before you can approve the item.
So the hearing is now closed.
I have a comment, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Valdivia.
Thank you, sir. Just procedural. how was this initiated, and can you walk us just real quickly, briefly, how was it initiated to come to this point so that there was a vote?
Yeah, go ahead, Ronnie. Go ahead.
All right. The City Municipal Code, Chapter 1290, establishes a procedure for setting up special assessment districts. Excuse me, I'm drawing in my mouth right now. Tentative Track Map 16502 was brought to the Planning Department, I guess previously under Development Services, in 2003 as Subdivision 0310. So this development, one of the conditions of approval was that they form a landscape maintenance district prior to the recordation of the map. This particular map has gone through 6 extensions of time. It's on its final extension of time, which will expire this November 18th of 2018. If they do not record their map by then, they'll have to start from scratch with their entitlements. But it does mean that these entitlements date back to 2003.
I appreciate that brief and quick. Thank you. I just want to know kind of the tidbits. This is for a new development, and so final kind of policy point. We have tried to talk to our city managers in the past that we need to assess these LMDs and these. In essence, what are we doing to try to really carve out? And Councilman Nickel and I have always kind of asked this, and it's nobody ever can come back to us. So this would be a good opportunity for you to maybe take a note and say, let's at least study what are the procedures, how are we reassessing some of these LMDs that are short. There's a big shortfall in some of them, and why aren't we creating some cost escalation protocols and possibly re-initiate these types of proceedings for those LMDs?
So, fortunately or unfortunately, we didn't rush through this. So now we have time to make sure that this one is done to more modern standards. Okay. Usually we don't like to see this length of time pass, but in this case it's worked to our advantage. Ryan is doing a remarkable job. He has a tremendous amount of work in the real property area. We are, and certainly our finance department is the one that's accounting for LMD revenues and expenses, but each one of those LMDs has different legal requirements, and so the real property staff with the city attorney's office and our finance staff are going through each one of those now, because probably the way we address bringing those up to more current standards is going to be different based on how they were formed. So we're doing the research now and plan to present something to you when we know we have good data.
So you are working on it?
Yeah.
Okay.
But it is going to take a little more time. In the meantime, this group is running out of time.
Thank you.
Mr. Penman? You want to...
No, he wants...
Oh, you want to speak on the next item?
On the next item.
On item 27? All right, thank you. So this public hearing is now closed.
Here's the break information. Okay.
We're all watching, Gigi.
The envelope, please.
It's like the Oscars.
3 ballots were received. And they are all of them in favor.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Now you can... No.
We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes.
On item 26, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Valdivia, the second by Mr. Barrios, and the item passes 7-0.
Thank you. The next item is also a public hearing. This public hearing is open. Mr. Penman, if you'd like to speak on this, please stand and be sworn in.
There we go. Thank you, Your Honor. James Penman, 221 East Marshall Boulevard, San Bernardino, Milligan, Beswick, Levine, and Knox. Our firm represents Pepe's Towing and the owner, Manny Acosta, in the matter of the appeal, denial of tow carrier Pepe's Towing. This is an interesting situation, and I want to say this as kindly and as unthreateningly as I possibly can say this, as friendly as I can possibly say this. Our client wants to sincerely thank the mayor and council for passing item number 23 to go ahead and begin the process of sending out bids for a seventh tow carrier. The agreement with the city provides for that, and the city, as I believe it was Captain Williams, I believe it was, who was speaking, said, it's something we have always, the city has always done. And past practice, especially when you're interpreting a contract and if you're deviating from it, can be introduced into evidence. Our firm has a co-counsel from Bill Lemon's office, Mr. Schaefer. Mr. Schaefer is a litigator. And Mr. Schaefer is looking forward to putting on this presentation. And if he puts on the presentation, he's going to follow it with a writ. And in my somewhat informed opinion, I believe that writ will be issued. I don't think there's any doubt that a court is going to issue that writ based on the evidence that we have. I don't know if that evidence was shown to you in closed session or not, and I should not know that. That's up to you. I'll wait till Mr. Charette and Mr. Valdivia. Okay. I know, Mr. Charette, who we're very happy to see you back. We know you had surgery. We hope it was successful. Glad to see you here. I know you were out the day that item was on the closed session agenda. And I think it's important that Mr. Charette be brought up to get the same information that the other council members have received, if he already hasn't, as to whatever information was out there in terms of the possible litigation. This matter should not go to litigation. The city does not need a losing lawsuit at this point in time. No, it will not break the city. I'm not one of those attorneys that come up here and warn you, if you do this, we're going to sue and we're going to break. Yeah, it's not going to break you. But it's money you don't need to spend. You're probably going to hire outside counsel. You don't need to do that. And in my opinion, the probability of your losing is very, very high. We have agreed reluctantly to hold off on making the presentation to give the mayor and council the opportunity to go ahead and process this potential seventh tower situation. We are not making a demand, you either put Pepe's Towing on the list or we're going to sue. No, we're not saying that. All we're saying is we have provided you with the city with sufficient evidence to show you that there is a strong probability that we will prevail in court. Nothing is certain. I'm not guaranteeing it, but it is a strong probability. You don't need that. You don't need that right now. We should be focused on things like the election coming up in June, not on a lawsuit. And we don't need to have this happen. You guys go ahead with it and process it, do whatever you're going to do. And our commitment has been that Pepe's Towing just wants you to open up and give them a fair shot at it. That's all we've asked for. So I'm a little concerned. You know, I know there's some discussion tonight. I know Mr. Charette may or may not know what information has been provided to the city. I don't know. I also want to make a comment, too, on abstentions. As all of you know, if you have a conflict and you abstain, you have to put on the record the reason why you abstained. And you cannot just abstain from the vote. You have to abstain from the discussion. Now, I do not know what the current city council rules are, when I was city attorney, and for years before I became city attorney, the council rules required a council member to put on the record the reason why he or she abstained on a vote. Maybe that's not the rule anymore. I don't know. I defer to those. I've been gone for 4 years, so I don't know what the rules are. But even if I would say to you, and were I advising you, and I defer to the city attorney, and I'm not trying to take his place.
Excuse me, Mr. Pendle, may I suggest that you focus on item number
Thank you, and that's exactly what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to explain.
The issue is whether or not we should continue the public hearing.
Exactly.
And we're not rediscussing what occurred on a previous agenda item and the vote thereon. So if you can focus on the issue, which is whether or not council wants to continue the public hearing, then that would appreciate that you focus on that.
Thank you, Mr. Sines, and I will do that, and that's what I thought I'd been doing. I apologize if it didn't seem like I was. My concern is, based on comments made on item 23, that there might be votes against continuing the hearing on item number 27, and that's why I'm saying what I'm saying. And I'm also saying that if someone is considering abstaining on item 27, I would encourage them not to be discussing it, because I can see that ending up in a potential lawsuit, too. I didn't quite get the chance to tie that up, and I appreciate your calling that to my attention, because it's important to tie that to item number 27. We hope you continue this matter. This is as friendly as I can be. As far as this goes, I hope this hearing never has to go ahead. That's what I hope happens, for everybody's sake. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Sines. I appreciate that admonition.
Any, Councilman Nichol? I was just going to make the motion that we continue the public hearing.
Second. Any further discussion? Seeing none.
On item 27, the motion to continue was made by Mr. Nichol, the second by Mr. Mulvihill, and the item passes 7-0.
Thank you. We now, at this time, open up to public speaking for items not on the agenda. William Cioce.
Thank you again. I kind of got caught up trying to read this last time, so I'll try to run through it a little bit faster, and I'll skip ahead. 10 years ago, I came to San Bernardino as a proverbial runaway slave. And during that time, I've spent many hours researching and developing my own medicine under the implied contract that stated as long as I didn't violate state law, you wouldn't send patrols or militias after me. Many of you have even verbally expressed to me that this was indeed city policy. So what has convinced you to void this contract? This proposed ordinance prevents me from accessing the specific medicine that I developed myself to be cultivated in the most economical and environmentally friendly manner possible, putting my health and safety at real and immediate risk. It also coerces me with threats of violence to voluntarily register with the city and pay a fee, only to be permitted to cultivate an inferior product in insufficient quantities with added expenditures that I cannot afford, again putting my life in real and immediate risk. I also must grant both police and code enforcement immediate access to inspect my home at any time. 25 to 30 dogs are killed daily by American police, and I will most likely be one of the first homes targeted by the goon squads, putting my partner's life in real and immediate risk. Police don't just murder dogs, they regularly kill innocent citizens, they can seize your property, harass all people inside the residence, and separate families. Being charged as an unlicensed business for personal medical cultivation and not adhering to these overburdensome, environmentally damaging regulations violates due process and is also grounds to deny future employment or business licensing in this field, ensuring that the poor stay poor. If this passes, I may not be able to afford to stay, but you won't chase me away. I will be that homeless person who declines your help and all the stipulations that come along with it. And I'll continue coming to these meetings as the homeless resident of this city, if that's what it comes down to. But I would much rather continue living my life the way that I have been for years in peace, without fear of having my doors kicked in and my dog being shot over a state-licensed, state-granted, state-authorized, doctor-approved medicine that I have already been cultivating for years unhindered and unmolested by the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Margaret Jones. Margaret,
Hi.
Who's the other?
This is Richard.
Richard Gonzalez?
Yes. Hi, my name is Margaret Jones. I'm a student at Cal State University, San Bernardino in the social work program. I'm here today to talk about the Succombie Lake Park cleanup project that we have planned for this Saturday, the 10th. It's from 10 to 4, right? Yes. Yeah, from 10 to 4. And it's a real need in that community. And we did a survey, an analysis of that community. And the community is crying out for that park to be cleaned up. They really would love to have green grass there and be able to congregate with their families there and make memories locally in their home area, and it would really mean a lot to them. So I just wanted to, I'm here to plug that. I hope we get some support for that, and if I could hand out some flyers to anybody, thank you so much. And we'll put some flyers on the back table, too. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we have lots of flyers, and we have some pictures, and any support we would help. We have a GoFundMe page. If people can't come out and volunteer with us, we're going to be handing out water bottles and snacks, and we're also going to have a raffle just to kind of get everybody there if we could. So thank you so much. Did you have a question?
And I just confirmed with our Parks and Recreation Director, we're going to provide them some equipment and assistance, so we'll have someone there with them. So
Thank you.
We encourage everyone to come out.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Cal State San Bernardino School of Social Work.
Yes.
It may rain on Saturday.
Yeah.
Do you have a contingency plan?
We don't. I don't think so, right?
We'll have to talk to our teacher about it because she's very strict on that.
Yeah, we could certainly use a cleanup there. It's a big park.
Yes.
How many volunteers do you guys have so far?
We haven't gotten the count yet.
We have, well, I think at least 15 with us and with other students are going to come along, so that we know of. So
okay.
We don't know about we're hoping the community shows up because we've really been out in the community.
Good.
And we're hoping we get.
Thank you very much for your efforts.
Of course, thank you, yes.
I have a question. Are you part of the same group that was here at the last meeting?
We are, and I'm so glad it's not 12:40 a.m. I was like, I don't want to do it. Yeah, that's us, yeah. So now Richard has to talk a little bit.
Yes. Hello, Mayor, and everyone else. Kind of nervous, never done this before. Here's some pictures of the park, actually. Yes, but can you show them? And, yes, that's just what we've seen in the park. And as Margaret has said, we really could use help. And we are so happy and thankful that the Parks and Rec is going to help us. And we appreciate the time that you guys have taken to just hear us. Because as social workers, we want to help your community as much as you do. And we know how busy you are, and we just want to aid you in it. And thank you. Thank you for the time, and thank you for listening to us.
Thank you. Councilman Schritt.
I was just going to say, the ones that stayed here till 1:30 last time, they got extra credit for staying, and you're not going to get the same credit because you're so early.
Yeah, basically. Yeah. We'll take that little bit of hit.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Robert Porter.
Mayor, Council, good people. like you all to pay special attention to this. This is the most important part. Mayor, City Council, and staff shall adhere to the adopted code of conduct and establish procedural rules governing meetings. Shall provide speakers their full attention, which I already notice has not been completed. I've watched several times all of you, not paying attention to the speaker as they were up here. I expect that to happen according to your own rules from now on. No more just willy-nilly looking down at your stuff. Let's pay attention to the speaker. Make sure you fully understand what we're trying to tell you as a public, because what you're doing is silencing us in your small little way. So when we do speak, I expect you guys to listen. 110%. Because this is not just your meeting. This meeting belongs to all of us. Shall not engage in disorderly or disruptive conduct. Now, I don't know if Mr. Sines breaking into Mr. Penman's speech was disorderly or not, but he seemed to think he was on the right form of thought and reasoning, and he was blatantly taking off his train of thought. So why does he get to decide what is relevant and what is not relevant during a public hearing? Shouldn't that be to the person who's speaking on what they need to speak on? Shall be prepared for meetings and base decisions on the merits and substance of the matter. If you guys would have just followed state law, you wouldn't have had to do that agenda item 15. You wasted all our money. It's already been decided by the state. You could have just adopted that. But no, you continually disrupt our city. We voted for things, and you continuously disrupt what we do. Shall focus on the business at hand. Your job is to save San Bernardino. Your job is to be here for us, for the people. Your job isn't to make it harder for Robert Porter to take pictures in City Hall. Yes, I can't stand over here on the side, or they tried over here. So I can't take my good pictures of you guys when you're not paying attention or whatever. Maybe I'm blocking the area over there, but I've been taking the same pictures for 5 years and it never was an issue. Seen city workers standing on the side, nothing said to them. It was aimed at the public. So if you're afraid of my camera that much, I can't stand over there. By the way, I have a bad sciatic nerve. I can't sit in these hard chairs the whole time. I hate it. So from now on, I'd like, if I can't take pictures on the side here, according to the county fire department, I'd like the rule on the wall. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Brittany Abraham. Brittany Abraham.
Hi, everyone. My name is Brittany Abraham, and I am also a Cal State San Bernardino student who is currently in the Bachelor's of Social Work program. Me and my peers, we've actually established a team, and we're called the Caring Coyotes, to express the pride of our school. And we have partnered up recently with Mary's Mercy Center, which is a nonprofit organization who strives to help impoverished and in need community in San Bernardino. We recently conducted a survey, and over 50% of the population expressed concern for the potholes that are as you're on your way to Mary's Mercy Center and in front of Mary's Mercy Center. They expressed extreme dissatisfaction just because of the well-being of their safety, and there's also families and children that are that travel to the center, so there is a concern in safety in that regards. We also ended up reaching out to you guys, and on February 14th was the day that we expressed the community's needs and concerns, and we actually got that request taken care of on February 28th, which was prior to when we were told we would be heard by from you guys. So we want to thank you guys for listening and taking your time out to see our request and for addressing it. And so moving forward, there still is more work to be done along the street on our way to Mary's Mercy Center. And so we appreciate future work that will be done. And thank you again so much.
Thank you. Councilmember Marquez.
Brittany, just so you'll know, the potholes were fixed, and I know that for a fact because I took it up through the chain of command to the city manager. I went by yesterday, and they have been fixed. The First Ward has very, very, very old infrastructure. We're taking one street at a time.
Thank you so much.
You are so welcome.
Magdalena Gonzalez.
Hello, my name is Magdalena Gonzalez, and I'm also a student at Cal State San Bernardino. I just wanted to also just add to what Brittany said before and really thank you guys because we went to the center. We've been going continuously, and we were very happy to see that the pothole was fixed. Our teacher was also very happy because we know how important it is as social workers to be engaged in our community and also be working with the politics within the community. So we just wanted to thank you and also just to move forward from as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Peggy Stapleton.
Thank you, Mayor, Chief, and City Council. I'm so excited. I haven't been here in a long time. And I just want to echo what the gentleman said earlier. I'm just so proud of what you guys have accomplished. I remember meetings that were just painful to sit through. And this has just been a delight, a long delight, but a delight. I wanted to invite you all to an open house to meet your new neighbors. Some of you may have noticed the corner of Parkdale and Sierra Way being improved. There's an organization, that church has sat there for many years, for over 80 years. You know, they went through an arson fire, and the congregation has struggled ever since. The Way World Outreach did move in and rented that property for several years, but a void happened on that side of town when the Way World Outreach moved to the other side of town, doing such an amazing work. My husband and I were able to make a connection with an organization out of Riverside for 20 years that has been making a huge difference in their community. 10,000 people every week are fellowshipping at Sandals Church in Riverside, and 2,000 of our residents are leaving our city each week to fellowship in that area. So it was a no-brainer. We said, will you please come and help our community? And so we were able to make a connection, and an amazing thing happened 7 months ago. The two congregations decided to merge, and Sandals Church, with some private donors, donated $1.5 million to pay off the debt of that church, and also brought $1 million in to reconstruct. And it's just amazing what's happening on that corner. And it will now be a sustainable work for generations to come. Lives will be changed. Kids will have services and community like they've never had. And I'm just very thankful. God answers prayers. I've prayed for this city, for the children of this city. And this summer, another private entity gave $40,000 for inner city day camp. So hundreds of kids will get to have a week's worth of safe, fun, climbing walls, all kinds of things. We're going to feed them for a week. And In-N-Out Burger will come in and treat the community the last night. So I just want to invite you to come just to meet your new neighbors. We're having open house on March 22nd at 5:30. And you're all welcome to come.
all new landscape, new parking lots, new air conditioners. It's a miracle. It's really, truly a modern-day miracle what has happened on that corner. And the people that are coming, I know I'm over my time, but the quality of people that are coming to staff this facility it's just unbelievable. So I wanted to leave some flyers. It's Sandal San Bernardino, and it was North Point Church, and that community stood and that congregation stood when all odds were against them, and they stood for such a time as this.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Rabbi Cohen?
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. I need to begin with an apology. I was unaware until I came here tonight that the matter of combining city commissions was on the agenda, and evidently you adopted item 19, section 4, and I would respectfully ask you to reconsider that. As a member of the Charter Review Committee, I appreciate the need for streamlining city functions and commend you for taking the necessary action to achieve that. The Human Relations Commission was established by an ordinance in 1993, and I became the founding chairperson of the commission and have been a member of it continuously, though much to my regret the commission has been totally inactive for the past 7 or 8 years. The ordinance spelled out the duties of the commission in general, based to a large degree on similar ordinances of other cities. But in a strategic plan that we developed in 1997 and 1998, the goals included, and I'm quoting, being available to the citizens of the city of San Bernardino as a resource for issues of discrimination and prejudice experienced by the citizens of the city as well as visitors to the city, to identify specific human relations needs in the city and to work toward meeting those needs, to foster and promote better human relations among all segments of the city. And so to achieve that, the Commission adopted a plan of action which included developing projects that promote human relations and address specific human relations issues and needs, conducted public forums enabling members of the public to voice their concerns and their experiences with discrimination or issues of prejudice. Such a commission can only be effective if it is a standalone commission. To combine it with any other would make it virtually ineffective and inoperative. And to combine it with the police commission, especially in light of experiences throughout the country where there has been friction between law enforcement and particular segments of the society, minorities especially, would be a terrible mistake. So I'm appealing to you to reconsider your action and at the same time hopefully allocate some staff to help reactivate the Human Relations Commission. The heightened presence of hateful and harmful language and actions throughout our nation in which people become victims of discrimination and prejudice really merit the attention of an effective and operative Human Relations Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Scott Olson.
Wow. Am I correct in understanding that human relations has not been important in this city for a commission and has not been active for over 7 to 8 years? Might explain a few things in the city. Okay. Now, on to what I wanted to speak about. City Council Conduct Code of Meetings, and Robert, you stole some of my thunder, but I'm going to have to try to recover from it. Shall adhere and adopt to Code of Conduct establish procedural rules governing meetings. Does that mean, Mayor, that you're not going to try to cut people out from public speaking on certain issues because, I don't know, you just haven't figured out how to run the meeting yet? Shall provide speakers full attention. I watched today, just like Robert. Certain people speak. Your attitude towards them is so obvious. At least try to be neutral. And then the nice way you treat some people, back and forth, you know, it's sad. Shall not engage in disorderly or disruptive comment. Is interrupting a speaker and trying to correct them because you don't like the way they're saying things, does that qualify? Shall prepare for meetings based on decisions of merit and substance of the matter. How about prepare for meetings based on what the residents of the city actually want and respecting their wishes instead of going on with your own game? Shall focus on the business at hand. This should give everybody pause. Wait a minute. At this point in time, and right before elections, we actually have to have a rule that tells our city council members they need to focus on the business at hand. Okay? Now, notice there are four what you guys as government elected and bureaucrats are supposed to do. There's 4 shall do this. 1 shall not. Now, there are a lot of speakers who feel that city government has a very negative attitude towards them, especially in the city council, myself included. We do not appreciate the disrespect we get from you guys. Okay? Shall not. It's an induced negative. Why would you do that? You can say it differently. Address the mayor and city council without first being recognized. The rule's perfectly good. The shall not, why do you need the negative in there? Shall not persist in addressing subjects other than before the city council mayor. Excuse me, have you heard of the First Amendment? When it comes to items on the agenda, yeah, we got to stick to basic subject and not ramble on. But when it comes to now, when I'm speaking, public comments, that's our forum for what we feel is important. And if we have one issue, we want to speak on it for a year at every city council, that's our First Amendment right. The rule is unconstitutional. Shall not fail. I hate to tell you this, but whoever wrote this, you may be an attorney, but what about grammar? Okay, it's a double negative. To relinquish the podium when directed to do so. So on and so forth. One thing is obvious. You obviously didn't spend $50,000 on a consultant to help write the rules.
Thank you. Mr. Penman?
Thank you, Your Honor. I've listened with respect always to things that people say up here, including Mr. Porter, Mr. Olson. Something Mr. Porter said, though, concerned me just a bit. I've sat where Mr. Sines is sitting, and I do not think he did anything inappropriate. It is appropriate, in my opinion, for the mayor and the city attorney to interrupt a speaker when the speaker strays off topic or appears to stray off topic. Normally, council members and staff would, if they felt that that was going on, would address their remarks to the mayor, as I believe happened here not in a previous meeting. I often would interrupt speakers if they got off the subject or if there was some other legal matter going on. Now, I hasten to add, in case anyone thinks I'm being a sycophant and kissing up to Mr. Sines, those of you who know me know I have no problem at all in telling public officials if I think they're doing something they should not be doing. In this case, I think Mr. Sines was perfectly appropriate. And what he said to me, the fault, if anyone, was mine. I should have made it clear that I was concerned about the vote on the item I was addressing being impacted by something that happened on a previous item, and I failed to do that. And because I failed to do that, Mr. Sines appropriately said what he said. So I just want to make that clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Luis Ojeda.
Hi, how are you, everybody? My name is Luis Ojeda. I recently moved to San Bernardino. And they say the perception is stronger than the reality, right? And everybody, heard the news about San Bernardino. And I'm the type of person that I don't judge anybody until I see it for myself. And you know what? The negative perception that most people, most cities have about you guys, they're correct. Because I've been calling code enforcement for the past 8 months regarding my next door neighbor has an empty lot, has overgrown wheat. I've been calling everybody, okay? And one time, they told me that they never got the complaint because the person that took my complaint was about to retire and she didn't bother to pass it along. That was one excuse, right? Then I feel when I drive on Norman and Posey, I feel like in Tijuana, you know. Have potholes, you know, the size of a car. And always what I get from bureaucrats is the same answer. Oh, there's no manpower, there's no money. So what are you guys doing here? I mean, is that your answer? You're not able to come up with a better solution, then I'm thinking that you guys are doing a good job. Because part of your responsibility, because when I pay my taxes, I don't say, oh, you know what? I didn't work, so I'm not going to pay my property taxes. I don't have money. That's what we get from you guys. Every time we complain, it's the same thing. Oh, there's no money, there's no manpower. So what I see is lack of willingness and creativity. Okay? I got so tired of seeing mattresses on my street, junk and everything, that I took up on myself to pick it up. Took it to the dump. I spent my time, money, and effort in doing it. Because like the lady says, you can call Vertic for the items. I did call them, and they say, no, we're not in charge of that. So it's like one agency throws the ball to the next one, and back and forth, back and forth. So another thing, Kohl's Warehouse, they're my neighbors. They've been robbed 6 times. You know what? In a year that I've been in that street, haven't seen one cop that drive by there. And you see in the river, that's another community, a homeless. And you know what? I think they're better off than we are, because they don't pay taxes. They have lights, they have cell phones, they have the EBT, they have everything. And guess what? They're the ones that committed the crimes all around that area. So hopefully you guys will address some of those concerns. So, and I'm going to be a regular here, and trust me, I'm going to hold you guys accountable.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, that's my district.
Councilman Valdivia.
Thank you. Ms. City Manager, Mr. Ojeda brings up some good points. I took overgrown lot, weeds in the lot, code enforcement issue, Norman and Foyce potholes on that general corridor, and then the homeless ravine. I don't know, Mr. Ojeda, if you want to provide or maybe cross-pollinate with our staff, but I'd like for our staff to make contact with him. It's right on the border between Councilmember Marquez and my district, and I don't know where you live, and it's no need to, but we want to serve residents in our district, in our city. And so your concerns are matter. It's right on the border. I don't know if you're in my district or what, but I want to talk to you later. If you just spend a few minutes afterwards and talk to our staff, we'll attend to those issues, sir.
And Mr. Mayor, we were going to catch him on the way out, too.
Thank you. Any items from council members to refer to council committee?
I just want to make sure he gets it before you leave.
Yes. Carmel Road.
Carmel Row, 41-year resident, City of San Bernardino. So I have a couple different things I'd like to say. The first thing I'd like to say is that I attended the other meeting at 8:30 in the morning, and it was a special meeting to talk about the code of conduct for the citizens and for you people. But at 8:30 in the morning, who can come? Who can give input? Between 8:30 and 11, I'm sure 80% of the residents, maybe 100% of the residents who are paying attention are working. Okay? So I think that when you're going to make rules and make things that impact all of us, we the people, I think you guys have forgotten who you work for. You guys are servant leaders. You guys are here to serve us. Okay? We pay your salaries. Okay? You guys are always constantly cutting us out. We started with 12 minutes, and now we have 6. And then after the last meeting, how you guys just went over the agenda items today, I mean, seriously, I don't like to be here till 1:30 either, but maybe you shouldn't make it 930 pages. Maybe we should make 5 things and every time talk about 5 things. Okay, so now I'd like to move on, okay, because I don't think that's fair. I think you guys have cut our voice. I think you really don't care what we have to say. And it's quite obvious, I'm going to move it on to item number 15 on the agenda, the marijuana, because I also sat through every meeting and the planning meeting, and the chair of the planning department said, scrap the whole thing and start over. But Mr. Persico and Mr. Graham convinced him that, hey, that you guys can go ahead and vote this because the city wants an answer. But that whole meeting, everybody wanted to scrap what you guys wrote and start over, period. What you guys are doing is very wrong. You guys are discriminating against a group of people, and I want to just leave you with this little quote. There are not enough jails, not enough policemen, not enough courts to enforce a law not supported by the people. Herbert Humphrey, speech at Williamsburg, Virginia, May 1st, 1965. The people don't support what you're doing. You guys are trying to make a list of people. Every single person who grows a tomato, then you got to make a list. Every person who grows an onion, every person who takes prescription medication, every person who drinks Jack Daniels. We need a list for all of them. Otherwise, you're discriminating against one group of people, period. That's not right. None of you are right, and you all voted for it. Shame on you. Please start listening to we the people. We the people are here, and we are paying attention, and we do not approve. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that concludes public speakers. Any other? Did you do you have that?
Yeah. I believe they're the social work students.
Would you mind filling one out now, please?
Yeah.
Thank you. You can fill it out after you speak. That way we have the record of who spoke.
Okay. She'll go ahead and take care of that once we're done. Good evening. We were here under Monica Winters. She's actually our leader for our program, for our team at Cal State San Bernardino, the School of Social Work. Basically what we're doing, we're also doing a program that is going to be similar to what you did here earlier. What we did is we took surveys of the community, and everything that you hear from the community tonight is what we kind of experienced in that survey. We basically took a survey of Kendall Drive and 4th Street and the radius around that area, and we found that the community was in dire need to service and help and possibly even remove the homeless. We were trying to see what we could possibly do to help out that area. A lot of them were concerned about cleanup as well, but when it came down to homeless, they wanted to see that they were actually cared for and that there was something being done about them. Just how you voiced concern about areas being left unattended and just areas where they're going to congregate, they're having issues in those areas. So my team just would like to bring awareness and basically say that we're trying to get hygiene bags for the homeless and just kind of clothing drives, something immediate, something that they can actually use in the immediate future. We're also trying to look to see if we can create awareness between the community and the areas to see what's going on with the homeless population, to see if there's any areas that might be able to actually be moved to actually help the streets out as well. But other than that, that's basically the gist of what we're looking at. We just want to thank you for your time and everything that you do. Thank you.
Thank you. If you could, fill out that blue slip, we'd appreciate it. Any other speakers that we've overlooked? All right, thank you very much. Any announcements from elected officials? Councilman Mulvihill? Councilman Richard?
I just have a few. Thank you, Mayor. On Monday, March the 12th, Northwest PAC will be having their meeting at New Hope Family Life Center, 1505 West Highland at 6:30 p.m. And one other one. On Saturday, March the 17th, the 6th Annual Girl Talk 2018 Spring Conference, San Bernardino Valley College, 701 South Mount Vernon. Contact Wynn Rogers, 951-203-0744, and that's going to be from 7:30 a.m. till 2 o'clock. And last but not least, I want to congratulate myself on being a grandmother of a seven-day-old baby girl, 9 pounds 1 ounce. My daughter-in-law's a G. Wow. She had her naturally. So, I just want to congratulate. my son and my daughter-in-law also.
Thank you. We congratulate you also. Nice to have you with us, Grandma.
I have pictures available.
Councilman Nichol?
No announcements, but I just want to welcome back our colleague, Mr. Charette. Good to have you back at the dais. Nice to see that seat filled. So glad to see you recovering, and Godspeed to you.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. And I have just a couple of announcements. Tomorrow night, 7 p.m., the Wildwood Park Neighborhood Association meeting at the Lutheran Church of Our Savior, 5050 North Sierra Way. That's at the corner of 49th and Leroy. Contact Tony Marzullo at 909-883-1315. Again, 7 p.m. tomorrow night, Thursday, March 8th. Then on Wednesday, March 14th, 9 a.m. in the morning, the Northeast District Coffee with a Cop at Denny's Restaurant, 702 East Highland Avenue. Contact Eileen Hards at 909-384-5694. Again, Wednesday, March 14th, 9 a.m. in the morning. And then the last one is the Thursday, March 15th, is the Dr. Nag meeting. That's the Del Rosa Neighborhood Action Group meeting. They meet at the Native Sons of the Golden West. That's 2701 Del Rosa Avenue at the corner of Del Rosa and Date Place. Contact there is Claudia Oakes at 909-882-3033. And I don't think I said it was at 7 p.m. 7 p.m. Thursday, March 15th. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Valdivia?
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to send my appreciation to our city staff. I did see them along Inland Center Drive. I really appreciate that, Ms. City Manager, for your help in coordinating and instilling the value of blight eradication and cleanup. And I did get some calls from our area businesses along Inland Center, certainly Inland Center Mall, keeping it tight in that corridor. I really appreciate it. That only incentivizes more consumers shopping, spending local, and so I'm very, very fortunate to get those calls, and when I do, I like to pass them on to our city staff. That is incredible. Also, the streetlights, Miss Ray, I don't know what you did, but I think the very 1 or 2 days after, I don't know what happened, but I was driving down Southeast Street, and I saw Quality Light Electric out there addressing some of those concerns that we had mentioned, that I had mentioned in on a street light. So I appreciate that. Thank you very, very much for your service and Quality Light. Thank you. The street lights are back on Southeast Street, and we're so excited to get those street lights. It improves quality of life, and certainly the commerce areas of our city are and my district is a very commerce-driven type of facility. I do need to alert you to what we're getting some calls from the auto center dealers. The lights are back out, and it seems as it's just a chronic, I don't know if it's a chronic wire theft, along from the 215 just headed, and it's zigzag, so I don't know if it's northbound or southbound, but anyway, from the 215 freeway to El Camino Real on Auto Center Drive. Yes, they're back out, so it's probably a breaker blue or something, I hope. But Auto Center Drive is certainly important. Finally, I wanted to say thank you very much to our Captain Lawhead. We had an issue plaguing the corridor of Southeast Street. There are still some issues there. I mean, we have some homeless that are using the flood control channels along East Street, right north of Sundowners. Sundowners is called. There's some concerns there with daytime behaviors that are nuisance creating and affecting some of the furniture stores along Southeast Street. So if we could have more quality of life patrols along that area, it certainly affects the waterways, and if we have recent rains, that might affect not only them, but certainly the taxpaying public. But I was so fortunate to see our police department get out there and take care of business along Moss Brother Dodge. That's a neglected, well, in our sense, everyone's congregating over the Auto Center Mall. we had a homeless individual obstruct the public sidewalk. It's a very narrow sidewalk right in front of Moss Brother Dodge, and just very good service. So I just wanted to compliment our city staff. Thank you very much for your good work. Continue to focus on serving our public, and we appreciate it. Thank you.
Councilman Barrios.
Thank you, Mayor. Welcome back, Fred. Missed you.
Welcome back.
On Thursday, March 8th, tomorrow, at 9 a.m. to 3 p.m., the Mobile Service Office for Veterans is going to be out at 2501 Pacific Street on Highland. Contact Richard Valdez if you have any information. They're going to be out there providing services to veterans. So if you know any veterans that need to get some help in any kind of way, contact 909-838-2634. Wednesday, March 28th at 9 a.m., the San Bernardino Police Department Southwest District Coffee with the Cop is going to go down at Jack in the Box located at 1141 West Highland Avenue. So contact Eileen Hards for any information about that, and at 909-384-5694. Thursday, March 29th, 8:30 to 4:30 p.m. The 2018 Latino Education and Advocacy Days Summit is happening at Cal State University at the Samuel Student Union, located at 5500 University Parkway. For more information about that event, contact Miranda Canseco at 909-771-1348. Last two, Saturday, March 31st, at 8 a.m. to 11 a.m., there's going to be a community dump day at Paris Hill Park, located at 831 East Highland Avenue. Again, it's Saturday, March 31st, 8 a.m. to 11 a.m., community dump day at Paris Hill Park, located at 831 East Highland Avenue. Last but not least, 9 a.m. On March 31st, 9 a.m. to 12 p.m., 7th Annual Cesar E. Chavez Memorial Breakfast is going to happen at Cal State University, again at the Samuel Student Union. For more information about that, contact George Aguilar at 951-906-3130. Tickets are $35. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a few announcements. The San Bernardino Youth Baseball is announcing their 2018 opening day. This event is scheduled for Saturday, March 17th, 9 a.m. at South Saavedra Field, located at 1500 West 8th Street. There will be food, music, and games. For additional information, you can contact Michelle Torres Garcia, event coordinator, at 909-358-0226. I'd like to take an opportunity to congratulate my colleague, Councilwoman Richard, on being a grandma. That's great. Always a very, very much so. She can probably be the mom, huh? Yeah, she's that young looking. To Councilmember Fred Charette, I kind of missed you. I really did. So I'm glad you're back, and your personality and everything else. And also, congratulations and welcome to our newly appointed Public Works Deputy Director. I hope he's here today. Okay, so I'll let you do it. Yes, ma'am. I stand corrected. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. City Attorney? City Clerk? City Manager?
I know you're waiting.
We know now.
I did want to take a moment, and he was actually here on Monday, but I wanted to introduce Alex Cuesta, and I'm working to make sure Alex comes to us with a tremendous amount of experience. He is the Deputy Director of Public Works. He is also the City Engineer, so he'll be managing the capital improvement project. We're fortunate that he has a tremendous amount of experience. He was the Director of Public Works in Yucca Valley, smaller community, but certainly ready to take on this big challenge in San Bernardino. So we welcome him. And I will tell you, and I appreciate all the compliments. Thank you very much, because I know you've also been very frustrated, but we are now starting to see moving in the right direction. We're filling a lot of positions in Public Works so that we have the capacity to be able to deliver projects. So I think that's why you're starting to see the difference in the lights and getting out there more quickly, and so we're trying to reduce those response times. So welcome to Alex. Trish is doing a remarkable job, as several other people are as well, but we're excited to have Alex join the team, and I think that will be very good for Trish. Trish is cheering back there, too. Yeah.
Well, thank you. We do appreciate the staff and all the hard work they're doing on behalf of the city. We appreciate the public that's coming out to take your comments, Snow. We do take them to heart. We try to address them as effectively as we can. And this will be the last time we'll give Councilman Mulvihill a chance. Do you want to expand on your comments earlier? No? Okay. Thank you. This meeting's adjourned until Wednesday, March 21st, 2018, here in the council chambers at 4 p.m.